Yeah. We got a home.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. We're here today for the public hearing on the conditional use application for the Blue Rock Quarry. The way this is going to go is going to be orderly. So we ask that you not shout out anything. I know that a lot of people have a lot of strong feelings one way or the other, but this is going to, if you start disrupting, we're going to ask you to leave. And we do have the sheriff's department right there, so I think we can make that happen. We're first going to hear the staff report from Jason Cheesit. He's going to discuss the application and the contents of the application. Then it's going to be the opportunity for the applicant to present information. After that, the public hearing part where we take testimony and evidence from anyone who wants to present. Now, some evidence was sent in earlier. All of that will create the record. All of that information that is contained in the record is what the committee has to base its decision on. They might make a decision today. They might say, hey, we need more time and more information. So don't anticipate necessarily that there would be anything decided today. If any of you recall many years ago when there was a previous application, it actually lasted several days. And I believe we used one of the courtrooms because of the large number of folks. So as far as how we're going to take testimony, unless we have a lot more people sign up, I think we can just go in the order of the folks who signed up. Previously, we would kind of go one side to the other and back and forth. But I think, again, this is the last chance for anybody who's in the other room who wants to sign up to give testimony, or anybody in this room who wants to sign up and give testimony. There will not be an opportunity when somebody is presenting evidence for anybody in the audience to ask questions. If, when you come up to give public comment, you have a question, let the committee know, because the committee is the one who has the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant. So you can let your question be known. Whether or not they then follow up and ask that question is up to the committee, but there will not be a back and forth where any type of debate or question and answer can happen. Does anybody have any questions about the process at this point? If you haven't signed up for public comment, unless you are a part of the applicant, if you are, then that's a different, you're on no matter what. But if anybody, again, this is going to be the last call for public comment. Anyone else want to sign up for public comment? Okay. Do the committee members have any questions for me?
So, I mean, I guess it's out there that a supervisor has, I don't want to say meddled, done some things. I believe the applicant knows what that is without me saying. I guess until that is, I don't really know the word to use, checked out, looked into, investigated. I would make a motion to postpone this hearing until to a date certain until that information is found out. I believe nothing has been done wrong. I believe this committee has been put in a very, very difficult spot because of that. So I guess that's my motion. If it gets a second or not, I would postpone to a date certain until it has been looked into.
Hearing no second, it dies for lack of a second.
It will. Do we announce what we thought it was? Let's at least say what it is so we know what we're talking about.
A county board supervisor who is not on this committee took a committee member around, not to the proposed site, but to an already existing quarry, and provided information to that supervisor who is on this committee. What I have asked that supervisor to do is come here today. I do not see her, but I presume maybe she is in the other room. Okay.
Is she here?
So what I have asked her to do, because the committee needs to base their decision based upon the evidence in the record, and only the evidence in the record. Just like in a court of law, the judge or the jury can't go out and do their own investigation in order to decide a question. So what I've asked the supervisor to do is come here today, have her present whatever information she provided to this individual committee member. That way the committee hears the exact same information. I believe that that cures anything. And again, an instruction to all of the committee members, you may have been lobbied by members of the public. You may have been lobbied by other folks. You may have your own ideas. You need to set those aside, whatever information you may have received outside of this public hearing, and base your decision today solely on the information you receive at the public hearing, the contents in the application, and your ordinance as it exists, and the law regarding conditional use applications. I will provide advice as we're going through it if you decide to come to a decision today, so that we have everything clear as far as your findings. Again, those findings can be based only on the information you received today. Any other questions from the committee? Staff, anything you believe I've left out? All right, and I will be here and available for the committee to provide them advice throughout the entire. Welcome.
In about 2.5 minutes. Start as long as it was advertised that way.
The other.
What?
This is. Yep. Okay, let's go down over. Yeah. I should be able to tap the screen up there. Page through the slides. So.
Oh, man, that's gonna be until noon or something. Should we ever say it now? Did you sign up? Oh, sorry. Yeah. See if she signed up. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Doug got one? Coordinate today. Let's give her 10 seconds. I want to see how many seconds. She knows, because then we'll have that in here. So sign up sheet's done.
Yep.
And that's it on. It'll be a while before we get to that, but then we know how much time. All right, Jason. We'll go by the clock on the wall, so it makes it easier.
Yep. For those of you that don't know me, I am Jason Cheesit. I'm the Polk County Zoning Administrator, and I'm going to start by reading in the public notice that was posted in the paper prior to this hearing. The Polk County Environmental Services Committee will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, June 1st, 2022, starting at 9:15 a.m. in the Polk County Justice Center Community Room, 1005 West Main Street, Balsam Lake, Wisconsin, 54810, to consider the following conditional use permit and other agenda items. Conditional use permit application to establish a trap rock quarry from the following landowners: Glenn Thorman, James Rockford, and Michael Wolschner. The following parcel numbers are included in this request: 042 00294 0000, 042 00293 0000, 042 00297 0100, 042 00297 0000, 042 00295 0000, 042 00289 0000, and 042 00291, and then 1000. All the impacted parcels are located in section 16, town 33 north, range 18 west of the town of Osceola. At the conclusion of the public hearing, the committee may act on the conditional use permit request. The committee could also continue the public hearing, as Malia stated before, if they believe more time is necessary, to a date and time announced at the conclusion of the initial public hearing session. That was published in the county official newspaper on May 18th and May 25th. And also sent to all the property owners not within 300 feet of all those parcels affected, which would constitute satisfactory class 2 notice for this public hearing. As you guys came in, we took an comparison table. As many of you are aware, there was a similar application that started back in 2008. And this is just kind of a cheat sheet to hopefully clear up some of the rumors and stuff that may be going around out there. So with that, parcel A is one of the westerly parcels, or the northwest parcel of the request. It's been owned by Rockford since at least 1946. Parcels B, C, and D, those are the other parcels that are split by the railroad, and that comes through there. And parcel G have been owned by LLC called Bendithathon, and that's been prior to 2011. So it took and it went from Glenn and Cindy Thorman into Bendithathon in 2011. So, but the Thormans have owned it since before then. Parcel E and F, those are owned by Scarlet Stone currently, LLC, and that's been since 2011, or that's when it was put into that. Those two parcels in that on the old application were owned by William Johnson. Yep, thank you. So the original request began back in 2008. There was a request to rezone some of the land from commercial to agricultural. The three parties involved were Glenn Thorman, James Rockford, and William Johnson. Back then, the original CUP application to operate a mine was submitted in October of 2008. There was a revision in 2009 to that application. And in January of 2010, and that committee made a decision on that application. Back in 2009, there was the original registration of a marketable non-metallic mineral deposit. Now you say, what is that? Basically, if there is a unique natural resource found on a piece of property, the DNR has an administrative code called NR 135. NR 135 allows that person to file that recordable mineral deposit in the Register of Deeds office to kind of lock in their zoning and their requirements at that time. If mining has not taken place, which they were not able to mine because the CUP was originally denied, and that then they're able to do a renewal. And the renewal can only be done once if there's no mining taking place on the property. If there is mining, they can continue to refile that renewal until their deposit is depleted. So that renewal, and that was reported August 13th, 2018. Go forward. For some reason that button's not working. Oh, that one's a smart one. Okay, let me move over then. Okay, so when we look at any non-metallic mine, there's several regulatory branches and agencies that come into effect. And I just wanted to clarify by kind of laying out some things here, and that how each government unit works, and also some other things that come in like MSHA. So the DNR actually has standards for sound. They've got vibration for like blasting requirements. Of course, the DNR has got the stormwater, and that's handled through a pollution discharge and elimination permit. So that's a WPDES permit. The zoning side of it, we're looking at the land use, whether or not that use is allowable zoning use for that zoning classification. We would be the ones to work on any conditions, enforce any conditions, and we also take care of all the private sanitary systems in that for the county. Our Land and Water Resources Department would take and be the ones that would review reclamation plan for the quarry. And we've had a reclamation ordinance since 2001, and there is bonding requirements as part of that plan. Our Land and Water Department also takes and administers NR 151 for the stormwater management side of things. So that would be, you know, driveways going in, all that kind of stuff to make sure that those are being treated appropriately. The town of Osceola has a nuisance and a noise ordinance. So if they had special decibel limitations and that, those might apply. Anything that they might determine a nuisance, but of course that would be enforced by the town of Osceola. The non-metallic mineral extraction licensing ordinance that the town of Osceola enacted in 2009 may come into play. In 2017, the village addresser and the town of Osceola came out and did a cooperative boundary agreement for extraterritorial zoning. So extraterritorial zoning usually applies within 1.5 miles of an incorporated city or village. And so the village addresser does have that. And the requested parcels are within 1.5 miles. So they might have something in that might also apply. Any fine, non-metallic or metallic also has to meet with the Mine and Safety Health Administration, which is known by everybody as MSHA. There's numerous requirements that MSHA would have on all their mines and that, but basically it's for the health and safety of the public around them. So like having gated accesses, having trainings in that for staff, something so simple as like a hard hat. So that's the kind of stuff that MSHA is going to regulate. Okay, so kind of talked a lot about the old application, and I'm going to do that because they are for a quarry. They are similar use. There was a lot of information provided back then that I think we can take and provide a lot of clarity right now. But on the new application, again, we've got one new party or applicant, and it's Mike and Laura Lorscher. The proposal is to do 10 acres and that in 10 years to start. So 1 acre per year. That's what's proposed right now, starting at the existing quarry site, moving to the north and to the east. The future growth would entail up to 30 acres in roughly 30 years of time. The application has the access coming off of County Road F and double F. So possibly an access coming from both sides, but it could also be possibly leaving some by rail car as well. The application mentions 3 other non-metallic mines close to the property. Dresser Trap Rock is about 1.5 miles directly northwest of the property. That is a trap rock quarry. They do have the blasting and normal operations that you might see in this quarry if it is approved. Right way gravel and Haas gravel, those are both sand and gravel pits. So they're not going to have the blasting. They may have some crushing going on in them, but that's the main difference between those two. Right way gravel is about a mile right to the west, actually going closer to the village of Dresser. And Haas gravel is about a quarter mile southeast of proposed port. Okay, so these are just some unique property features. Canadian National Railroad owns a 100-foot wide strip of land that divides parcels A, B, C, and D, which are the westerly parcels. Basically, there were like a 40 at one time, and the railroad came through, and there's a 100-foot wide strip that is carved out to go between them two. There's no floodplain on any of the parcels. There's no navigable waters on any of the parcels, but there is an unnamed creek that kind of goes along the north boundary of the northwest parcels. And that's draining in that to the west. All of the lands in this request are currently zoned residential Ag 5, and they have been since 2016. The applicant has mentioned in the old application that what the basalt is it's a late Precambrian aged basalt of the Chattanooga group. Sorry, I butchered that. But in that 2009 application, they said that it was thousands of feet. So it is something to take and point out, though, that the borings back in that old application in the actual trap rock itself only went down 22 feet. So then, and I'm sure we're going to have a lot of comments today on wells. And as we all know, and that wells in trap rock, I'm sure some of you have very deep wells and that, or maybe wells that don't put out a lot of water. From their hydrology study, the water rate in the basalt was 0.08 gallons per minute, compared to a lot of the wells in Lotus Lake Estates and to the north up on County Road F. They're more in the 2.9 gallons per minute because they're in sandstone. And the glacial drift side, which would be the very west side along County Road M, kind of the flat ground there before you get over onto the other side of the Trollhagen property where the ski hills are, those were like 3.2 gallons a minute. Still not a lot in that, but definitely a lot more water down on the flat than there is in the old crops. One of the things I found interesting is that there has been a groundwater study conducted by UW Extension of the whole mining area. And there's a groundwater divide that kind of comes right down through the proposed mining area. The west side is estimated the groundwater elevation would be at 960 feet. And on the east side, the elevation is supposedly around 990 feet. There's a lot of stuff in the file that talks about the aquifers here being very fragmented. And so they're either really separated, and that because they're hard to track in the rock, or they're really connected, one or the other. But that's where you're kind of seeing some difference there, is because of that divide, and it depends on where you are on the property as far as that elevation. And I just want to say that if any of the committee members in that have comments as I go, and that, feel free to speak up. So there was a wetland delineation report done. There's 9 delineated wetlands in that on the property. There was 8 originally, and then they came back and did an amendment because they found another one closer up to County Road F. The highest elevation on the property is approximately 1,100 feet. And it could be 1098, that's a very small portion. And then if you consider it as like a hill, of course, it's going down from there. So it's close to 1,100 though. The railroad elevation is 980 feet. And just as long as we're talking elevations in the handout that we provided, the applicant has proposed to go down to the level of Lotus Lake. The Lotus Lake elevation is 958 feet. So if you had that very peak, and if it is exactly 1,100, It could be approximately 140 feet deep on the wall of the pit. Could be at that location. But most of it is not that tall. Most of it is in the middle thousands. There's 2 watersheds involved. Again, when I get to the maps, this will make more sense. But there's a Trout Brook watershed, which is from the divide going to the north. And there's the Apple River watershed from the divide going to the south. One interesting fact is the Scarlet Stone properties are under the Managed Forest Tax Law program. And the borings and the hand borings that were done on that show that the bedrock in this location is fractured horizontally and vertically. So. Okay, so there was a lot of supporting documentation. Some of it may still apply to this application, some of it may not. There was an archaeological report done in March of 2005, and that report determined that there was no archaeological or significant historical interest on that property. So basically, they gave it the clear go ahead. That wetland delineation report, and that was done in November of 2004. That was the original, and then they followed up with that amendment shortly thereafter. The hydrologic and hydrogeologic assessment was completed in September of 2008, just before the CUP application was done. There was 2 test wells, 51 hand borings, 151 well records. And what I mean by that is when you get a new well put in, and that well driller has to file with the DNR a well record of how deep it is, if it's in bedrock, whatever. So those were consulted. Many of those hand borings indicated that there's 2 feet or less of overburden to the bedrock. You'll see that in some pictures that I've got coming. And the hydrologic and hydrogeologic assessment took in the village of Dresser and Taylor Falls wellhead protection area. I've got a map of that. That's going to the north. The proposed property is not within the wellhead protection area.
Is Jason, Taylor Falls is across, should that be St. Croix Falls? Taylor Falls is in Minnesota.
And that the study that they had, the hydrologic, or sorry, the hydraulic and the hydrogeologic, and that referenced Taylor's Falls.
Taylor's,
That's not a type. Yep.
Okay.
So St. Croix Falls, I don't know if they've got a wellhead protection area or not, maybe not, but it took in those 2 wellhead protection.
all right.
So
We have maps of those test wells where they were too. And the 151 well records, are they maps? On the map? So we know what wells they were looking at.
I've got some maps for them. Yep,
Okay.
we'll get there. Okay, in September of 2008, there was a vertical electrical sounding study. This is to take and see how much vibration is going to be in the earth, and then that, as far as with the blasting and the traveling of the sound, is how they actually measure that. There was 9 soundings completed on site. I thought it was interesting that Kramer had picked those locations, and there was non-conclusive results of the test. So it didn't sound like they got anything out of it. So as far as that's what the report said. So. Slope stabilization assessment, and that determined that the hard rock faces are stable. And you'll see in some pictures, there's an old quarry, very small. It's got the sheer rock walls there. There's very little erosion that can happen in the hard quarries there. Air quality testing, in the old application, it was proposed or confirmed that they would be operating at less than the DNR standards, which the DNR standard is 10 parts per million at the property line for the processing center, and less than 150 micrograms per cubic meter at the quarry site itself. So that's kind of where that is. The town of Osceola did have another study done that was contradictory to the applicants, and there's roughly 39.7 micrograms per cubic meter in the air already. And it was thought that maybe their study did not include that. So if that was in, we may or may not be within that threshold. So that was a contradicting study. Blasting, DNR and the US surface mining, and that have standards. The DNRs is on the lower end here, but basically between the two of them, it's between 129 and 133 decibels on the overpressure. So that's when the blast and that about the noise and the vibration that it creates in the soil of 1 inch per second is the allowable threshold. And again, in their old application, they said that they met all this stuff. Okay. There was also a traffic study done, and the traffic study was done in 2008, but it was based on 2006 information because that's what the information was available as far as the traffic on the road. At that time, they only considered 2 routes, the trucks leaving on M or F, going into the village of Dresser, taking a left or a right, going down to 243 to go across the river, or going up to Highway 8 through St. Croix Falls and Taylor's Falls to get across the river. They also did evaluate the intersection of 243 and Highway 95. And all of those intersections at that time were determined that they were within the thresholds. And in that study, they called it within that level of service or within the service level of that intersection. That proposal had 400 trips, or basically 200 round trips in it. And the new proposal has 100 trips, and that, or 50 round trips. Yeah, Supervisor Kelly.
Was there anything said about heavy trucks like that going across the bridge at 243 and across the river?
No, and there was nothing in that study that talked about that bridge. That I'm aware of. I was down and I did some pictures and then I did talk with Mo Norby, our highway commissioner, and he said that Polk County designates County Road M and County Road F as truck roads. And he says that the driveways and that for these mining operations and that could be permitted if it's granted, of course, and that if the line of sight and other requirements are, so would take a site visit in order. One of the biggest things, yeah,
If they applied for those or anything, do we know in the application?
I believe in that there's an existing driveway on County Road F, and I believe that the access on double M is still up in the air. So that'd be a good question for the applicant.
Sure.
Okay. One of the big things in the previous application was there was a biological study completed. And that was done in 2004, and it's to look for endangered and threatened species. And during that research, they found that there's a brittle, prickly pear cactus on the site. And that cactus is really prone to grow on trap rock glades or that, or outcroppings of trap rock. So it's very much tied to those kinds of landscapes. They took, and it is still provided or still as an endangered species on the Wisconsin National Heritage Inventory of endangered plants. I looked it up last night. And in order to do that, state law does allow you to relocate that endangered species to another area on the property. And at that time, they had relocated that cactus that was found and that to a different area that was outside of the quarry. Okay, so in the new application, the applicant has submitted some conditions that they are willing to comply with. First one is that they would place 16-foot berms to the north and as needed to take and prevent noise. They would create water settling basins for runoff and processing water so that they'd be able to recycle the water for processing. Hours of operation would be 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., no nights, weekends, or winter operation, which kind of leads into the next one, that the quarry would only be open from March 15th to November 15th. Reclamation plans would be provided if the CUP is granted. There'd be no greater than 55 decibel sounds at any home in the area. And no operational sounds at night except for occasional rail car loading.
I want to go back one, Jason.
Yep.
Reclamation plan and stuff, does that have, do we not need that before we can give out a CUP
So,
by our ordinance?
no, no.
Okay,
And that, but if the applicant submits the plan, if the request is for the CUP is granted, and the applicant submits the reclamation plan, there would be a public hearing that would have to be held on the reclamation plan, and that for the public to attend as well. So there would be another step.
all right. But that,
But if the committee wants to, see what that plan is gonna look like now with the new request, and that would be supporting documentation that you would definitely request.
okay, that's what I was getting at. Okay, so that's how that would work. And as long as I'm asking that one, how about the stormwater one too? Wouldn't they have to be?
Yep,
We should
so-
have that before we do a CUP.
Yep,
Should we
if
have
you
those
wanna see
plans?
a detailed plan on stormwater management on the site, that would be supporting documentation that the committee could request, and that to be able to make your determination.
Those
So,
two, okay,
Yep.
all right.
Okay, the quarry depth will be at or above the Lotus Lake and any above, and above any area wells. The previous application had 3 wells located within 1,200 feet of the quarry boundaries. NR 812 is a DNR administrative code for wells. And in that code, it says that there should be a 1,200-foot setback from any private wells to a quarry, unless the well is like 40 feet deeper than the bottom of the quarry level. So there was 3 wells back then that would be not in compliance. The new proposal, because it's a smaller footprint, has a 1,300-foot setback to any residence from the active quarry area. And the requested permit is for 10 years and 10 acres active of quarry. Good. Any questions on that? Get right into some pictures. Picture studies. Okay. So this map is maybe a little bit confusing. North is actually here, but I thought it showed the divide better this way. County Road M is coming along here. So again, this is north. Here is that divide line where the groundwater and surface water is different.
Let me share it real quick.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'll just do that one and then I'll click back into it. Okay, just to catch the other room up. So the map that's being shown here is the divide of surface water. And it also correlates pretty well with the groundwater at the various elevations. But the orange line that's dashed is showing the divide. The area in the blue. Now, this is the old quarry area. Remember, the new quarry area comes a lot shorter to the south, but the area to the north and to the west of that orange line goes into the Trout Brook watershed. The area to the south and to the east, which is just a little bit along the property line here and maybe a little bit here, and that goes into the Apple River watershed. Any questions on that map where I jumped too far?
And
Lotus Lake is like down over in here.
show the intermittent stream on there. Is it on the, on
The intermittent stream, and I'm not sure if that's what they call Trout Brook or what, but that stream and that starts here and goes along property here and then eventually goes north off the land. This black line with the lines going across it, that is the railroad that's coming down through. Parcel A in the application, and that is at this red line, so it's this chunk here. And then parcel B is this chunk here, and the C and D, or vice versa, down here. So that's how it's kind of laid out. The railroad does own the 100-foot wide strip that comes down through here. Okay.
Each one.
So, yeah. I gotta be able to control the smart board some way, so.
You don't need to share the. No, they should.
Okay. Are you able to see this one right
Yeah.
now? Good. Let me back up. So for the other room in the multi-purpose room, what we just went over was the divide in the groundwater and surface water. The orange line here shown on this map is for the runoff and that to go into the two different watersheds. The blue area, this is of course the 2009 proposal, so the mining area is smaller than what is shown here on this map. But the area to the northwest here goes into the Trout Brook watershed. The area to the south and to the east, and along the south boundary of the property goes into the Apple River watershed. So that's what we're showing. And this picture, that Lotus Lake is in the right-hand corner or the upper right-hand corner. And the map is to the north is laying sideways because I thought it showed the divide a little bit better. The black line going through just below the green and the blue is the Canadian National Railroad that owns a 100-foot wide strip going through there. And the red and white dashed line is County Road M&M. Okay, with that, I'm going to move on. Okay, this map here shows well elevations, and this is from the groundwater study. And that divide, that orange line that we were just looking at, kind of came up through here like this and came up. So that's where I'm coming up with the 960 ground elevation there and the 990. Farther you go to the west, and that the lower the groundwater is, the farther you go to the east, and then the higher the groundwater is. This is just over at the topo. There you can see Lotus Lake. Here's County Road MM coming up as the red and white dash line. County Road F coming across. Trollhagen and the ski lifts are right in this corner. Again, the quarry boundary, these are old maps, and that is proposed to be much smaller, or about half the size. Okay, you can see a bunch of wells down Lotus Lake. They're at the 940, 960 elevation. Got some at 970. Can I get into the other maps, you think? And have them shared? Or
I can share them
If
as you
they
go.
come up
Okay.
on your PDF, they should automatically share. If it's a PDF, then yes, it should automatically.
So I do have the wetland delineation report and the archaeological report here. If there's any specific questions, I'm not going to go into any of these reports.
Show the wetlands, please.
And that, yep, I got a wetland map. That's better. Well, looks like it came up in the PDF, so they should be able to see it. So the quarry area here, again, does not go that far north. The wetland that was added to the study, the original 8, there's one little wetland, wetland A up here in the corner. And then we got B, C, D, and E and F and G and H. So those were the original 8. So you can see that the proposed quarry operation is going to be kind of going into here. So there could be some wetlands that would have to be mitigated. The applicant in the old one said that they were going to take and work with the DNR on them. And wetland I is up to the north here. And that was the 9th wetland that they noticed on the site. The scale here, or for the basalt outcrop, is kind of hard to see, but everything here in this kind of dotted complex, that's where the outcroppings are of basalt. So this here drops off quite a bit. I'd say that 1,100-foot elevation mark was about right back here. Okay. Here's the railroad coming down through again. For those of you that are really familiar with the area, which I'm sure all you are, here's like where they do their stunt trucks and that, like last weekend and that with the rock climbing and stuff. It's all kind of in this area here. Here was where they were camping and stuff out there. So this is off that old application too. It's a boundary for wells within 2,000 feet of the quarry boundary. Again, this is going to be smaller now because the quarry area is smaller, but it just gives you an idea. There's some in the development right here. You got a few along County Road F. And it just starts to get into a few down by Wotus Lake. That's the lake right here. This would be 90th Avenue coming through.
Those are what, those are 2,000. So we should get a map that shows if it's 1,200, we should probably.
Right.
That might be
That'd
something.
be
we'll have
something
to
for
ask.
the app.
Okay,
Yep. Okay.
wells, yeah. They just went out farther than they had.
And are there a lot more wells today than they were then?
That's, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have to ask.
A lot of wells.
This is something that kind of shows that basalt outcrop pretty well again. Anytime you see the A here in the front, that means that it's an Emery complex. So all the soil kind of, in the proposed quarry area is of the Emery complex. You can see that these are more of your other soil sands and clays, and that same thing with down here on that glacial drift area. But the ARD and that, if we look at that, it's Amory rock outcrop complex, and the slopes are 12 to 20% in that area. Questions on that? That was from the Polk County Soil Survey back when they went through the county. Okay, so this kind of helps. Here's that groundwater divide going up County Road F. Yes, County Road F, and that is coming right through here. Kind of hard to see. It's got the curve there. coming down. This is Trollhagen right in that area. This is County Road double M going to the south. These are the properties in question. That groundwater divide coming down through there. And the Village of Dresser wellhead protection area is over here and goes to the north up towards Trap Rock Quarry. So that's the Troll Brook watershed. This is the Apple River watershed, right on that dash gray line. Good. Not going to go into the electrical soundings report. I think just for people's curiosity, this was the 2009 proposed layout of the quarry. There was 61 acres and roughly a 23-acre processing area. They had a conveyor proposed to go over across the railroad and then an access also to it. And that would access over on double M. So again, that's not this application, it's smaller scale, but just to make sure that people are clear on the differences.
So Jason, do we have a drawing of the new
Yep.
positions and stuff that they're gonna do?
Yep, I gotta get
Okay.
the application for that, so town of Osceola did a resolution back in 2009. And ultimately, at their planning commission, denied the request on September 21st of 2009. And the town board denied the conditional use or supporting the conditional use of the quarry on October 5th of 2009. The concerns in that resolution were the blasting, the noise, the dust, truck traffic, private wells within 1,200 feet, incompatible land use, incompatible with the 1998 comprehensive land use plan of the town. That has been redone since this application, and that it was redone in 2009. That is Exhibit 5 in the packet that you guys received. This resolution is also an exhibit in your packet. And so that was signed by the 3 board members on the 5th of October, 2009. Any questions on that? Hearing none. Topo map. This topo map is kind of interesting because here's County Road M. Here's the railroad, and that 100-foot wide strip is shown by the 2 lines around the railroad. These are bedrock outcroppings, and that is shown by the topo lines. You can see there is kind of a flat area that comes through here. I'll bring that up when we take and see the photos that we took out there on site. This, of course, where all the lines are, this is the bedrock coming down through. The old quarry wall is right there, that little C-shaped backwards C. That is the old quarry wall.
Jason,
Yes.
does that railroad run today?
It is not. Nope. And that, so up by County Road F, there is a blocking area in that where it's blocked off. Like
How long
storage
has
stuff.
it been since that railroad has been used?
Question. I don't know. So I do know that the railroad is used some in that for dresser trap rock, the mine up farther. But I think they maybe only took 1 load out of there last year at best. So there is still tracks and rails there, and you'll see those in the pictures. Okay, so Land Information Committee, again, went through it, did their findings of fact and conclusions of law. And it was in their January of 2010 meeting that they basically determined that the proposed mine did not, meet the comprehensive plan and the comprehensive land use. And then they had the same reasons that kind of the town did as far as emergency services, noise, and vibration caused by the blasting. The town, again, had hired this Dr. L.E. to report, and it was basically contradicting what the Blue Rock Quarry application had with it. So it was denied. So January 20th, 2010. So. And then the appeal process was outlined there, and an appeal was filed with the courts. And these are all exhibited in the file as well. And the case concluded on July 11th, 2012, when the decision was issued. And I'm just going to scroll down. It's got all the same reasons, got the background of the application. Any of you want to see that, it's in the file. And so it was hereby ordered that the committee's decision to deny the Kramer's permit application is upheld and the writ is no longer. So anyway, that was done by Judge Black. So okay. That was on July 6th, 2012. I'm just going to kind of go through the application line by line. Not line by line, but section by section. So we can kind of go through some of the criteria that the applicant has already looked at. As I mentioned in my PowerPoint, there's really 3 different quarries that are already existing close to the site. Right Way and Haas are the 2 closest, and both of those are sand and gravel operations. Dresser Trap Rock, of course, that's a hard rock quarry. And there's the village of Dresser. And that wellhead protection area, and that comes through and it kind of cuts through a little bit of Right Way over on the west side and goes right to the north. So Highway 35 would be here, and that County Road F is coming down through here to the corner, and Double M is going south. So the application, they can describe their method of operation. They're going to remove the overburden off the top and then to level the site for processing, begin the active quarrying area, and then move east and north at acres over 10 years. And it will involve blasting, crushing, screening, water processing, and that and completed by rail or truck. So access, we've already went over that, hours of operation, everything is in there. Okay. So the Polk County Code of Ordinances has standards that the Environmental Services Committee is supposed to consider when they're looking at any conditional use permit application. And the applicant has went through here and answered their requirements or those standards for their beliefs. And so they believe that maintenance of safe and healthful conditions, they're going to be working with OSHA and Wisconsin requirements, personal protection equipment will be used, and MSHA would be complied with. They've brought up the goal of 55 dBAs or less at any household and be done by depth crushing berm walls, no backup alarms, no truck engine braking. They've got 3 truck routes planned in this proposal to try to reduce some of the trucking on those 2 roads. The quarry will reuse water for washing using holding ponds. Majority of the rainwater would drain back into the pit. And that there's no floodplains or navigable waters within the quarry area. The erosion on the site be limited probably to the drives going to and from the quarry site and maybe a little bit at the processing. Access roads M, F, double M, and 35 and Highway 65. And that the quarry size for 30 acres and 30 years on a property roughly of 200 acres.
So you want to explain that the zoning, because of that first part you said about DNR, protecting that mineral rights, so it is zoned right.
Correct. So
So that
back
part,
then, they rezoned it from commercial into agricultural. Agricultural at that time allowed for non-metallic mines to be permitted as a special exception permit, is what the ordinance was back then. A special exception permit is basically the same thing as a conditional use permit today. And so at that time, this was actually all called a special exception. And then since then, the county went through a comprehensive rewrite in 2015. It was passed by the county board September 15th of 2015. And then there was a 1-year delay period of time where the county worked with local towns on creating new maps because the zoning districts had changed. So we no longer had that same agricultural district. And so the property in that was put into a residential Ag 5 zoning classification. We do have an A1 zoning district, but it's an Ag 10 zoning district, not the same as just an agricultural district. So similar, but there's a density standard with our new Ag 10 district that that old one did not have.
that DNR letter that we started with protects it for the 10 years. It was renewed in 2018.
Correct.
So it's protected, so it is zoned correct to have this. Okay, so that's the questions there. All right.
And we've seen all kinds of maps, and that for that. Okay. Sorry. It's a little bit difficult. I'm gonna let the applicants talk about this. They had some quotes from that original application that they want to go over. Okay, so here, again, this map is sideways, but you can see County Road MM coming down through. This would be County Road F going out to the east. These are the houses that are in the area. The proposed quarry area is in this light green area. That's the 10 acres in 10 years. And the 30 acres in 30 years, and that is going to the north. Like that, you can see in that with the other maps that I've been showing with the old proposal, it dropped farther south here and went up close to that North 40 line. You can see in the aerial that there's less trees, or it's more sparsely vegetated in this area compared to like in this area and going farther to the east. So I'll let them talk about who they are. This is where they took and offered up those proposed conditions. And this is some of the issues in that the town of Osceola brought up in that resolution 0909 about groundwater, stormwater discharge, whatnot. Read that. Okay, the applicant is saying as far as pollution, that there are no chemical spills, and that be used in the process. The only spill would be from a normal hydraulic leak or something from and that the equipment that's running out there, similar to something that might be on an ag operation or going down the road. Can we move that little screen so I got my up arrow? Perfect. Thank you. Oh, maybe I. All right. They talk about the fractures in the basalt, could they can create the leak. Like I said, the water table and the aquifers right here, all the reports and that I read from back then, it was either that the aquifers were really conductive, and that's they're really linked tightly, or they were really separated or fractured aquifers.
Go back, number
Depending
2
on-
there, Jason.
Yep.
Any new well within 1,200 feet required 40 feet. Who would enforce that?
Well, the DNR.
How would they know that?
That because of the well log, so if somebody was to drill a new well, and that well driller has to report that log, and they've got to get a permit from the DNR in the first place, so.
All right,
I assume they look at it to make sure that all the setbacks are being met, no matter what contamination source they're going up against, whether it's a salvage yard or a municipal sewer plant, you know.
okay, so that's covered that way, that we don't do that, or the county itself doesn't. All right. Question? No.
No, it's only for the committee right now, so. Okay. They're saying that the amount of water that they use is a small percentage of the aquifer. And that the other trap rock operation in their dresser does not use any water from wells. And the end goal, and that would be to take it be a clear lake. And there's one that I talked about in the Milwaukee Journal.
Let's go back. Where is their well? I haven't seen any wells on their property. It says there's a well, aquifer from an existing permitted high capacity well on that top line. Do we know where that well is? See that line right there in the blue?
You know,
So there's an existing permitted high capacity well on the property somewhere.
yeah, I don't believe that there is a high capacity well on the site right now. So
Okay, so would that be, we'll have to ask them if they, something there. Okay,
the land is all vacant right now. Okay, the town of Osceola was working with Cedar Corporation, and they were, you know, again, there's a lot of conflicting information. And so as far as the aquifer and the quality of groundwater being affected, there was a lot of stuff that Cedar Corp said that there just wasn't enough information provided to be able to confirm that because of that aquifer. Either one report said it was really connected, or the other report said it was really separated, you know, so it was very different opinions. Quarries are less than 4% of the waters used in Polk County. Not sure where that stat comes from, but maybe they can tell you. The change in the footprint of the quarry changes the request that there's no wells within the 1,200 feet. The previous application would have required them to apply for the DNR to get a variance for those 3 wells that were within the 1,200. And now there's no. And there's that 1,300 foot separation distance between a residence. Lotus Lake elevation, again, they're going to keep it up at that level or higher. Be surrounded in an inverted cone. Having Kramer at the time being able to take and pay for a guarantee of all the people with wells in the area. That is not being proposed right now. Just gonna scroll down and hit their remarks. Yeah. Those bedrock blades, they are mentioned on the DNR's website about being an area of special interest or special natural interest. There was a letter in the file that said that they would be possibly interested, the DNR would, in acquiring that land. But the owners are not, wanting to do that. And so that's what this is talking about. But there is no law prohibiting mining into glade. They're just viewed as a special natural feature. Okay, this is talking about the truck traffic and some of the numbers that were in the previous study that they might have been pretty high. And so they're saying that by reducing, they'll be down to 50 round trips. And that's only going to increase in that 2 to 4% in that for each street routes for the amount of truck traffic on the road. And that they still are trying to take and send some of the material via rail for a high volume of the rail. Okay, the benefits economically in that from it is that they are looking to produce $500,000 in area revenue annually. Looking at 20 to 30 jobs. So if you look at your comparison chart there that was handed out, these numbers are maybe a little bit more than what that was. That one had 20 jobs in it. Property taxes, 30,000, and sales tax revenue, 15 to 25,000. I believe the previous said that there'd be more sales tax revenue. They did not talk about property taxes. As far as like a dollar amount, they said that the taxes would be more than, of course, in the previous application. More than vacant land, I should clarify. So I've mentioned in that sound and that test and that was done, that was non-conclusive. That's something that the town of Osceola had hired the third party to go into. And basically at the end of the day, they all said that there was not enough information to determine what the impact would be, but that there would be an impact on area residents of the noise. Because they're saying that, whatever there's there now, there's likely to be increased in noise of some sort. So that was kind of what the town of Osceola board report said. That's included in the file that you guys were provided yesterday. And where they're trying to offset that is to try to limit it to 55 decibels for a household. Whether or not it's compatible land use, again, and that it is the proper zoning with that mineral registration being recorded. And so that they are able to seek a conditional use permit if they comply with the conditions. And they talk about the natural resources here and how it is a compatible use due to the other surrounding non-metallic mines. I'm not going to read that word for word. And they mentioned their new setbacks for the quarry boundaries to the closest house. So going to the east, you can see that it is quite a ways. To the west is a long ways because you got Trollhagen, and going north and south is the closest residence. Okay. So the history and that behind it, I'm going to go pretty quick. There you get that in PowerPoint. Well, this is a picture of the old quarry. This is a picture of the old wash house. I've got better pictures than this. Too, this is taking off the tracks, looking back at it. This is the map or the cross section that they did. That shows the Lotus Lake elevation and how their quarry operation would remain above that elevation. And it shows where right way is. And that, so it shows that they're below that. And Haas is slightly below as well. Yeah. So here's where they're proposing their stockpiles of material. Here would be the access going out to County Road F, which is over here. Here's their berm that they're proposing. The yellow lines coming through here are the railroad boundaries. So that's a 100-foot wide strip. Processing and loading here. The active quarry, the existing one is like right there. And then that would move to that northeast, like that orange and green map that I showed. And the access road going out to Double M, I showed you on that topo, kind of that flat area between those two big rock outcroppings. That would be the access road to get out to M.
Now, on the going out to Double M, Jason, that piece of land isn't marked into all this, is it?
Correct. And that right now,
So that last
this is
that one
parcel
is.
A, B, C, D, and then. Well,
But
I'll
on the
show you.
bottom-
It'll be down lower in their application. So
Okay, but they have something to get through there or something there.
it's a good question for the applicant.
All right.
Yep. So here is. So this is very similar to the wetland map that I showed before, showing how the surface is going each way. Wetlands are in brown, the orange line is the divide, and the pink is County Road F. So there you can kind of see how the groundwater flows. So does not want to stay on that page. Okay, here's Lotus Lake. They've got in their application that's 951 to 958. From our LiDAR data, it looked like it was 958. The red star there is showing the mining operation. You can see there is a lot more contour as you go north and east. And they've got some examples here of some existing quarries that are surrounded by housing developments. So there's one in San Antonio, St. Paul, Woodbury area. We're seeing, I'm sure that they probably have stuff like this, Vancouver. NR 135, that's the DNR's administrative code for non-metallic mining. I'm not going to go through that. I believe they've got a slide on that. This is just giving some information on the registration of a mineral deposit. There was a geological report submitted as part of the original recording of that deposit, and that is exhibited in the file too. Yep. So this is when I'm talking about parcels. Okay. Oh, it's not. So parcels E and F are the Scarlet Stone properties that I mentioned in the PowerPoint that are currently MFL properties that are closed to hunting. And G is owned by Benithon, as well as B, C, and D, I believe, and that A is owned by Rockford. Okay.
Show double M on there so that they can see it doesn't go out to it.
So here's the railroad coming through. This is County Road F here. So that proposed access on the map was coming in along the field edge here. Going back, they had that stockpile here. The berm was here. Proposed mining areas coming through there. Here's double M. So here's Trollhagen right there. And so these are the parcels. So the railroad, that splits these. That's why they're A, B, C, and D. Okay, and this just shows the ownership of them. That wraps up the application. Pictures on site. Okay. Are they going to be able to see that, or do we got to share it?
Needs to be sure.
Okay, so these pictures were taken last Wednesday when it was raining. So I am on the parcel closest to double M. I'm taking a picture looking kind of northwest. This is kind of where they do their truck stuff like they were doing last weekend. Double M is right up here on the flat. And here would be the proposed access coming in. Okay. So I turned 180 degrees and now I'm facing southeast. This is the access coming down through. There's a big rock outcropping over on my left, big rock outcropping over on my right. This is a flat area going back towards the tracks. This is just showing some of the rock outcropping. This was originally intended to be like the processing area in that area. And to take off some of these outcroppings. These here areas got pretty good trees growing. Just some more, there's quite a few pictures. This is looking kind of directly southwest. You can see this is the glacial drift area, very flat. The trap rock outcroppings are there, but it's got the areas where all the sediment is. So this is the area where they did the test wells for the groundwater and they had more flow. These are just some of their truck routes for rock climbing. This is facing, again, southeast. I'm getting close and that this is kind of the southeast side of the big rock outcropping. The railroad tracks are right back here. You can kind of see where I got a horizontal plane there. This is on that same path going back. This is the railroad tracks here. There is kind of a wet area just on the west side of the tracks there. I've got pictures of the culvert. Again, it was raining that day pretty good too. So this would be to the south of the access. There is kind of really only one spot to come through there with equipment. Now I'm standing on the railroad tracks and I'm looking back through where that access would be coming. There is a culvert over here on my right that is running down through here. It continues to go kind of to the southwest. That's what's creating all the water standing here. So here's the railroad tracks, and this was looking to the southeast. The rail is still there. The railroad ties look like they're in pretty rough shape. This is that creek coming down through. And I'm thinking that that's probably a spring in that, but it might also be some runoff due to the rain that we had that day. Okay, this is kind of the north side of the existing or the old quarry wall. There is a path in that is talked about, or it's kind of a four-wheeler path right now that goes, cuts around here and goes to the northeast up towards that County Road F access. So it sounds like that would be developed more if the request was to be approved. I got more pictures of that, but we just got some pictures of the wall. I would guess that this wall is probably between 25 and 30 feet at its biggest spot or its deepest spot. It didn't look like they had drilled to take and blast back then. Not sure how they mined it. This is looking towards the south. And this is basically south. Railroad tracks are right on my right-hand side here. And this is from in the quarry, looking back at the pit, and then that road to the stockpiling and the processing would be coming across there. It should be noted in that we have not seen anything from the railroad about an access here or how that material would necessarily get across there in this application. I showed them the old one that they were planning a conveyor belt to go across, and they had an access drawn on that one. Mike, when we were on site last Wednesday, said that they had not been in contact with the railroad yet as far as what would be done with the tracks. You can see that there was some rock that was fractured, whether that was left over after being processed. Looks like it was pretty well washed. So this is looking southwest along the tracks. So I'm standing in the quarry area there. It's really hard to tell. I know pictures don't really do it justice, but this is actually like a 20-foot drop going back in here. It just shows you that there's, some trees growing, but the overall cover is not real great. But there's virtually no overburden on top of the basalt. This is up on top more. You can see just some scrub oaks and stuff is the type of vegetation that's growing up there. There's some grasses. You get off to the side, then you start getting into your larger trees. Big oak there. This is right along the top face of that existing quarry, looking directly south. This here just kind of shows that it seems like there is a lot of red rock out there. Normally we think of trap rock is blue, but there is quite a few red big stone pockets, so it's kind of got some color to it. You can see there's some trees growing right along the face, along there. This is looking down at the tracks. So this gives you a good idea of what that existing quarry area is as far as size. This is the north side of that, so that road would come around the north end. This is, I don't know if this is that cactus or not, but just kind of an interesting plant that's growing up on top of the rock. This is looking northeast from up on top. So this is kind of going, you can see it does continue to climb up higher. Just taking some more, there's virtually no soil there, so it's just not growing any kind of vegetation really to speak of besides a few shrub oaks and a few shrubs. Just kind of showing railroad ties, really degraded, moss growing on the tracks. This is that old wash house that we took and showed you in other pictures that were a little bit grainy with the application. So that was a processing center is what I'm told by the applicant. Pretty impressive concrete walls. This is standing at the wash plant looking down towards the old quarry site. That old quarry site, you can kind of see a red tree there, dead or whatever it was. It goes right back in there. So I'm looking southwest in this picture. that path going across some tracks there, that's kind of showing you where they're proposing a crossing to get back into the truck road going out to Double M. This is their existing four-wheeler path that goes up. This would be going to the northeast up towards the County Road F stockpile area that we've seen on those maps. And just some trees. So this looks like it was fairly new, fairly just put in. That tracks. Got a couple more pictures. I'm just gonna kind of scan through these. There's a very little ground cover. And this is where that path comes up on top. Solid rock. So this is kind of up quite a ways back from the original quarry. You can really see kind of the height in that and the valley that goes down. This would be like the top of the Trollhagen Hills over to the west. So I'm looking almost due west here. Again, trying to get some perspective, but you can see some trees. So the elevation is still climbing here. Again, it gives you an idea. The old quarry would be down in here. So what kind of elevation we've got on site. Okay, so this is along County Road F, and this is looking towards the east from where that proposed access would be. This is the current field driveway that is going down in. This is looking to the west, of course. This is right before the housing development there that's on the south side of F, and Trollhagen would be right behind the house there in the picture. This is the access going back along the field. This is over on the County Road M side from the access. This is that trail that I was on when we first looked at the photos going back. So I'm looking directly east towards the mining area where it would be. This is looking to the north. They were setting up for their event last weekend when I took these pictures. And this is looking to the south. What I've got. So we got one more document, just gonna run through quick. And it's our list of exhibits.
Just give me a second.
And our office did provide the committee members and the applicants with the exhibits and this list, or the list is of those exhibits. You will see that we've got that geologist report from the original mineral deposit reporting as exhibit 2. We've got the original deposits and that were filed in ROD, the renewals, the comprehensive plan. We've got several emails of opposition and support throughout all this. The annual town meeting that was held at the town of Osceola on April 19th. There was a motion put out there by the members of the public and that to take and deny supporting the CUP application. It did pass with a lot of votes, so those are in there, they're minutes. The notice of the original deposit and the renewal I've got in there. So letter of opposition. Bob Wright had submitted 3 aerial pictures, so we've got that in there. The applicant had submitted a timeline for the old Scarlet Stone and Greenstone plants properties. They also submitted the 1924 plat map and 1938 USDA aerial image. The DNR letter that you referred to, Chairman O'Connell, is Exhibit 35 from Greg Pills regarding the mineral registration being valid. Supervisor Middleton had provided 2 pictures of an existing quarry and the Dresser Trap Rock properties. That's Exhibit 38. Exhibit 37 is a petition that we received with 94 signatures in opposition from the Force Group. Again, some emails of support, opposition, documentation for public comment from Mike Wallace today. It is Exhibit 41. The Land Information Committee findings and conclusions of law that I showed, that's Exhibit 42, as well as the Osceola Resolution 0909 is Exhibit 43. There was a PowerPoint presentation that Bob Wright had done back on that old application, that's Exhibit 44. And that the chairman for Osceola was Stroshane and that at the time, so his PowerPoint was provided to us, that was put in there. There's a black binder that was given to each one of you by the Force Group. That is Exhibit 46. Okay, the Archaeological Report that I referenced in my report here is 47. The maps and that we reviewed are Exhibits 48 through 56, 57. And that's where all those documents are what you guys received yesterday. So after the public comment and that closed for you guys to get up. This morning, I've received Exhibit 58, which was email and support from Wigfall. 59 was an email in opposition from Larson, and 60 was opposition from Drowland. And I included the decision order on the writ from Judge Black as part of the record. And the email in opposition was the last one that I've got was from Lowell. So those are the only exhibits that have been added to it, but I did show you the order from Black and that during the hearing. We did provide notice to the village of Dresser and Brian Raditz, the village president. So both the village's email and Brian Raditz directly. We provided notice in that to the town of Osceola and all the and all the surrounding properties. These are the only comments that we received. So we did not receive anything on behalf of the town or the village. With that, that concludes my staff report, unless you have questions.
I think, I don't have that list that you just showed. I don't know if any of us have it.
No.
Yeah,
What is it in? That list that you just showed us?
it's not in anything that you
It's
got.
electronic?
And that, what's that? I've got it electronic. Yep. And actually, I've been adding to it as I've been
Oh,
getting
sure,
all these
okay.
exhibits in. So it's ever changing.
So the only ones we'll add is we have 20 people to, we could add that 20 more possibly.
Total in that we had 22 emails or letters of opposition, and we had 6 emails or letters of support. And the rest of it is just supporting documentation and people's presentations. So,
And then today we have 20 people signed up to speak.
yep.
So we can exhibit those
And they have
individually or
anything-
each one.
Well, those will be public comments during the public hearing, and that if they've got anything that they're speaking on or that they're going to hand out to you, we want to add those to our exhibit list.
That would add to it. Okay. All right.
This just kind of helps organize everything so that you have, and that everything right in front of you, so you can reference.
So we can reference it. All right. Well, let's take our break here for 10 minutes. We got to get up the stretch here. You get awful long and winded there.
Right on schedule at 27 after.
Okay, the recorder's on, Chairman.
we're gonna have a presentation from the applicant or his agent or whoever's gonna start it out.
Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for being here for us today. I'm used to leaning on a pulpit, so I'm going to step back here. Thank you for meeting with us here today and considering our application. We realize that you guys are in kind of a hot seat, and believe me, we understand.
Would you introduce yourself, please?
I will do that right now. Thank you. My name is Mike Losher. I'm one of the property owners. My wife Laura is sitting here in front of me. Jim J.R. Rochford and his wife Jeannie. And up here, of course, we have Glenn Thorman and his wife, what's your name again? Cindy. And then also our counsel, Anders Helmquist. Again, thank you for considering our application today. We know what kind of a pickle you're in. Unfortunately, we feel the same way. And I guess that's happened a lot over the last number of years as time's gone on. Someone out in the parking lot today said to me 30 years ago, I got an application just like this. Walked in, had the paperwork, filled it out, handed it to him and walked out with my permit. Obviously, things have changed a lot since then. And we appreciate that because believe it or not, even the property owners, we like nature too. We love to go out for walks. My wife and I kayak the river all the time. We love nature too. But this is America and this is 2022. Highway 35 is a half a mile from my house. And yet if they wanted to make it 4-lane, I probably wouldn't like it. But it is 2022 and we have to live together and work together to continue to make this one country, not two, but one country. That's a great country. And actually, one of the things that we want to start with is the fact that this quarry, as you saw in so many of the pictures, Jason, thank you for, you did a lot of hard work on that presentation. Made it very clear that this is a quarry already. The quarry was developed just a couple of years after Dresser Trap Rock began operations. It was developed by a man from Holland who moved here. And so it was about 1918, 1919, he began operations on this very same spot you've been looking at today. He continued those operations, we believe, till about 1924. And then he moved his equipment out to Pipestone. And there must have been economic reasons for that. He moved his whole family out there and became quite influential out there. We also know the equipment was brought back here in the mid-1930s. We don't know, we have not found any evidence of any further activity at that time. As you can see, they took a good chunk of that rock out of there in those few years and they used the railroad, which we also hope to do. And so I guess, not to take up too much of your time, we simply ask you to consider that we have backed off, we have mitigated, we have tried to compromise so that we can work together, so that we can have beautiful nature and we can have industry and progress. That land isn't good for anything else except rock. If you walk it, you'll see that. And we would really like to work together with you and make this a possibility. So I won't take up any more of your time, but I will hand it over to Anders now. Thank you.
Thank you to the members of the committee. My name is Anders Helmquist, and I'm the attorney for the applicant. I'm with the Weld Riley firm in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. And just a bit of background, I help landowners and businesses with land use permitting issues. Additionally, I appreciate the job your corp counsel has, as our firm serves as corp counsel for a couple of counties in Wisconsin. And I've provided zoning advice to counties as well. So I know the position she's in and the position that you as committee members are in. So thank you in advance for your time and attention to this. And thank you again, Jason, for the very thorough presentation of the application. And what we'll be doing with this presentation to you is just really covering some of the highlights of the application itself, since Jason went over a lot of the guts of it. And in addition to addressing those highlights, we'll also kind of do a little bit of addressing some of the common questions or concerns that we've heard in the community, and maybe that you will hear today from the committee level. And then, third and last, I'll kind of help work through some of those summary of those standards, for those ordinance standards that you're required to look at under the county code. And Jason went over those with you briefly, and I'll just kind of build and elaborate on those conditions that you need to look at as a committee to wrap up this presentation. But before we get to that, the chairman had a great question about other permits that were required. You had a good question about those other permits that were required, like a stormwater permit or a reclamation permit. And where does that play in this process of the conditional use permit itself? So this conditional use permit process, just think of this as the first step in them being able to mine. If you approve this conditional use permit, and we respectfully request that you do, they aren't going to be able to put a shovel in the ground yet, because this is just the first step to move forward with other very important parts of the permitting. The county reclamation plan and permit, that still needs to occur. The town of Osceola has their licensing ordinance. That has to still get approved. The DNR with stormwater, both for construction and for non-metallic mining, has to be approved and complied with. So that includes stormwater pollution prevention plan that the DNR reviews before these folks can even start mining. There are just layers upon layers of regulations in this conditional use permit, along with the conditions that the committee would put in place, is that first layer of protection. And it's also the first step to allow the applicant to spend tens of thousands or more in dollars to get those other environmental permits from other state and local agencies. So I hope that answered that question, just to help you put this process in perspective. It is very highly regulated. Before getting into that, there's just, overarching in Wisconsin, there's the general policy, set by the DNR and in NR 135 that talks about the importance of preserving the ability to mine non-metallic minerals. We all know how vital they are for everyday lives, and how much we use rock and other materials. So, the DNR policy in NR 135 and their publications really encourages orderly development. It encourages, and in fact has the recognition that zoning can't change, for example, just to undo the potential for a non-metallic mine. There's something else that you'll be dealing with, and I didn't hear Jason go over this, and maybe he's gone over Act 67 with the committee before, so I don't want to repeat something you've already heard from your zoning administrator.
Go through it
Okay.
for everybody here.
Sure.
Yes.
So Act 67 was a change to the state law back in 2017. One of its lead authors was a former state rep from this area. And it was signed into law by then Governor Walker. And essentially, it was dealing with a mining situation actually, where in another part of the state, where you had a lot of just opposition show up to a hearing, And it's kind of that mob type popularity contest proposing a mine. And the committee denied that application for that mine. What this law does is it helps balance the scales a bit for applicants. And essentially what it says is, if the applicant meets or agrees to meet the county zoning standards and other reasonable conditions that you impose as a committee, then the committee shall grant the conditional use permit. It also goes on to say that in terms of approving or disapproving the application, you have to base that decision on substantial evidence. So in terms of, it can't just be mere speculation. It just can't be who's signed the most papers opposing a project. Now, that's not substantial evidence to deny a conditional use permit application under the law. And then any condition that you impose has to be based on substantial evidence. As noted, your decision to approve or deny needs to be based on substantial evidence. We think the application gives you that support, and that's what we're asking for for an approval of this conditional use permit. One other part of the zoning law that's in place is the way that, how do you interpret the terms that you have and those standards that you have in your code? You've got those 11 to 12 kind of standards that you have to look through. State law I think it passed in 2017. WSTAT 895.463 says where there is an ambiguous zoning term, which means a term that can be reasonably interpreted multiple ways, or 2 different ways, or 3 different ways. There's that ambiguity. A court looking at a decision, and we'd respectfully submit the committee here, shall resolve any ambiguity in terms in favor of the free use of property. So what does that mean? So you have a zoning standard that talks about compatibility with uses of land or the maintenance of safe and healthful conditions. Compatibility, you're going to hear, has a couple different interpretations today. We'll give you our interpretation of compatibility. I'm sure the opposition will give their interpretation of compatibility. But what this law says is where there's that ambiguity on what a term like compatibility means, you need to, or a court will and shall interpret that in favor of the free use of property. So just more globally, when you're looking at and thinking about this application decision, we kind of ask you to look at it like, Lady Justice, Lady Justice holding up the scales and having the weights, right? In a way, you're kind of like the justice. You're the committee holding up the scales here. And so, on one side of the scales, you're going to weigh the approval or a disapproval. On the approval, you have Act 67 weighing in favor of approval. You have the law that says you must interpret ambiguous zoning terms in favor of the free use of property, in favor of approval. You have the applicant's application and information with substantial evidence that further weighs this decision in favor of approval. You're going to hear exaggerations, you're going to hear hyperbole, you'll even hear things that may constitute substantial evidence from the opposition. You're going to hear about 94 petition signatures. 94 petition signatures is not substantial evidence. That does not change the scales in favor of disapproval. Even if they produce substantial evidence, you still have this other weight that we have that gives you the support to grant an approval. So that's just kind of what we'd ask you to think about as we go through this process. Now here is the proposed footprint of what my client's asking for today. 10 acres over 10 years. We're not asking for an approval for 30 acres over 30 years. We just need to be absolutely clear on that. If it goes over 10 acres, if they want to go over 10 acres over 10 years, they need to come back to the committee to have a larger footprint than that. Before we get there, I think, you know, the aerials, maybe if you saw the drone footage before and you saw Jason's photos on site, there are tremendous setbacks here and buffers to neighboring properties. This is not the 60-acre mine that was being proposed back in 2009. It's a different application, smaller size, minimized impacts. So there's the proposed processing. And again, there's the proposed mine footprint laid on top of the topo, which is not flowing towards Lotus Lake down here, flowing in this way and towards the rail.
Say, that map, go back to it, please.
Yeah.
That's the first time we've seen the ground level processing on that side of the railroad tracks. So, I mean, we're just putting red lines and stuff. We need some distances, some sizing in there a little bit, you know, something drawn to scale, maybe to help too.
Okay.
But, all right, but I'm just gonna mention that's the first time I've seen this map, so it's not in the application, is it? This one,
I think there was a processing area identified.
but it was the other way. The one that we have in here is just red stars and stuff, or this one. I mean, you're changing it as we're going, is what I'm saying. I just, so that we all have the same thing.
We'll get back to you with that, Mr. Chairman. We've got Glenn
Yeah.
looking that up for you.
Yeah, it doesn't show decent. All right, nope, that's all right, move forward.
Okay. And again, you see the profile, and I believe this was in the application. Yes. Of the proposed active quarry area with its depth and compared to the Lotus Lake level. And then this is a solid trap rock here that they're proposing to mine, and they're not looking to go into the outwash or the glacial drift. So one of the questions we anticipate or issues we anticipate you'll hear is that this quarry isn't compatible. You know, Exhibit A for this being compatible is there are 3 other quarries in the area. The setbacks from this quarry are 1,300 feet from the nearest residence. Those are significant setbacks. And when you actually look at the setbacks from other quarries, you've got dresser trap rock with showing its proximity to homes. It's well within a mile of the village of Dresser itself. You have obviously this quarry here that's very close to the population center there. And then you've got the other small quarry here. It's also within the neighboring residences there. And then you've got the little 10-acre spot here, which is sufficiently set back, is shielded by vegetation, and which will be going down into an inverted cone further hide, anything from the view, and to minimize noise. Each existing quarry reaches more homes than Blue Rock will. Another item, and Jason provided that comparison sheet for you, that shows that this proposed application is significantly scaled down. Impacts are minimized. And yet, we still hear about opposition folks going around, for example, and exaggerating the impacts of this. They go around and say there's going to be 200 truck trips per day. That's not true. There's going to be a maximum of 50 round trips per day or 100 truck trips. Again, we're asking for 10 acres, not 60. And then the other 10 acres for the processing and loading on the other side of the tracks. And we'll have to come back to the county, get a new application to expand anything beyond those 10 acres on the quarry.
You have any studies that says that maximum trips? I mean, because the old study was 2006, it's changed quite a bit from then. And then even in 2009, it was different. So how do you decide it's down to 100 trips?
So I'll let Glenn defer on how he came up with that number. But basically it goes to the size of the quarry and potential market conditions. But Glenn, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, when Kramer did the application back in 2009, they were looking at X amount of tons per year. And they kind of went to extreme audit and said, I don't know, 70% of the rock would leave by truck. So if they were doing 1.5 million tons, came up with 200 round trip trucks per year. This application is significantly smaller, perhaps more optimistic than we should be. We're down to about 50 round trips to move the rock out that we think we can quarry in 1 year.
So a year, or what? This 50 trips is a day, year? What is the?
50 trucks a day on a round trip basis.
So it's a day, not a year. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I said yeah. The other factor there is we looked at DOT traffic counts. There's not a road that'll be impacted more than 5% on the latest DOT count. So 50 round trips, you think 100 times you see a truck go by over the course of the day, it's really small. Downtown Osceola, pushing 9,000 vehicles a day go through there. So when you're talking 50 twice times 100, that's a pretty low number. And that's not based on using the railroad. Obviously, anything that can be shipped out by rail is a better way to do it.
And I think the number in the application said, looking at the 3 potential road routes here, it would be about 3.5 trucks per hour. Am I remembering that correctly on each, if the routes were divided even? So that really is pretty minimal when you think about it in that scale. Additionally, when you think of trucks, when you think of blasting, when you think of these other operational questions you might have with the mine, let's also keep in mind that running from March 15th to November 15th is the proposed operational timeline. And that's something that the applicant would expect to see as a condition placed on this application by the committee. And they also have the hours of operation and no winter operations. There have been existing mines in this area for a long time. And we just don't believe there's the support to go with the speculative impact of a polluted well or groundwater. Again, they're mining in the trap rock itself. The trap rock depth is very deep, and they're not going down remember, the original application, it said 400 feet of depth, and they are not going down 400 feet in 10 acres. That's just not possible. And in terms of, the statement from Ron Engel, the geologist and hydrogeologist, there just hasn't been a quarry that's caused groundwater contamination. Further, they're not using chemicals in their process, in their mining operation. This is trap rock. And there are, again, 1,200-foot setbacks from the nearest well, 1,300-foot setbacks from the nearest residential home. In terms of home values, Jason kind of showed the other pictures, but there's just the unsubstantiated fear or concern that this lowers property values. It doesn't lower the property values. Town of Osceola assessor said that home values near the quarry could go up in value. And I just checked a real estate listing in Dresser, and there was a house that just got listed for $500,000. I mean, more power to the person that's selling their home in Dresser next to the trap rock mine for $500,000. That's a new listing I just saw when I checked the MLS yesterday. Just opposition on speculation to impacts is not substantial evidence. And what you see here, again, these other communities, our homes are worth $400,000 to $500,000 or more that are being built and constructed next to existing quarries. People don't build those homes next to a quarry if they're going to be going down in value. In terms of the noise, again, they're proposing the 55 decibel limitation at the residences, which again are 1,300 feet away. There is going to be limited blasting. And then the standards in terms of helping to mitigate noise impacts, and the further down in the mine they go, that will create a buffer. There are those berms on the north side that Jason showed that will be built up, those 16-foot berms and buffers. And we expect that we'll be able to meet and minimize noise impacts, and that any noise from the mine really will be minimal based on setbacks and based on existing hours of operations and the limited time frame when they can operate throughout the year.
3 to 6 years, it says, before them berms are up.
No, the shots for blasting would be 3 to 6 per year.
Per year, okay.
Per year.
Now,
Yeah.
who measures the 55? If there's no state code or anything on that sound, who regulates that? What if you're at 105? I mean, there's no penalty to go over or anything, but who measures 55?
It's somewhat self-regulated, Kim, but also the town of Osceola has some specifics on decibels and how they would be read. In fact, they have a pretty extensive ordinance on sound.
So they would
I guarantee
regulate
you
that?
They will measure.
Do we know that they would regulate that then?
I think they would.
Do they have somebody to do it? I'm just asking that way. I mean,
We have the town chairman here. I think.
Well,
they
we
will-
won't
they
ask
will
him yet.
Well, normally sorry.
But I mean, we should find out that, because otherwise if it's, you can put any number you want up there. We don't know who's gonna do it. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean, we have to kind of know.
it was a self-imposed condition. I mean,
Okay.
we didn't have somebody tell us that. We looked at the documentation. 55 decibel is like a dishwasher. Okay, that's the loudest. And most parts of the country are even over that. Even like, I think we made mention, even San Diego, California, I believe is at 60 decibels. So it's pretty restrictive, and we think we can do that. And we live in the area too. We listened to one of the other quarries, the Haas Quarry, for years, crushing. Well, round the clock, crushing round the clock. So we don't want the noise any more than anybody else. And we think we can control it, and we put those limits on ourselves.
And oftentimes that burden gets put on the applicant to ensure that that standard is getting met. Or if there's a complaint saying, hey, I heard a loud crushing noise, that'll go to Jason. Jason will call the operator, and we say, okay, here's what happened at that time. Or, all right, let's get a monitor.
No recourse if there's no law against it. So I mean, what I'm saying is there's nothing we can do then. We just don't do it again.
No, you do have a recourse.
We do now if the Osceola has an ordinance, yeah.
If Osceola has an ordinance, or you put it as a condition, right? If the applicant doesn't meet the conditions of the permit, that subjects it to being revoked.
Correct.
So there is a lot of enforcement and a lot of incentive for them to follow the conditions that they're proposing. And we already kind of touched on the truck traffic and the numbers, but in terms of the roads, those will be on county highways, not town roads. One of the, I believe is the Highway F already has an approved driveway, and that might need to get revisited with the highway commissioner. And then there's that potential driveway coming out onto Double M. And to get to that other question you had about
Who owns
the
the land?
dotted, Glenn owns the land.
The partner owns it.
The partner owns it, yep. So, and that would just be for a driveway, not processing, not mining, just access. So, again, this gets into the importance of this mine to the community here. And
Yep, go ahead.
See, in your chart, you talk of county roads and state and county roads, but there's a road heading north to Highway 8, town road. That doesn't seem to get discussed. I know town roads, at least in Bull Lake, are not constructed to take this kind of traffic. There's gonna be a lot of trucks going to Highway 8.
But that's a good question. And as I understand the routes, they're not going on town roads at all. Is that correct? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
We would actually encourage the town of Osceola to put a weight limit on that road. We don't want not our trucks, but we don't want contractor trucks hauling our material to be on town roads, period. Unless it's for a delivery, obviously. If somebody buys a load of trap rock, they're going to be on the road. We want the trucks to be on rated county and state highways.
But in the materials, the town road is mentioned, not how much traffic is on it. That's ambiguous, but you could use. It's in the materials.
So could you repeat that a little bit?
Sorry.
Pardon?
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing.
Oh,
He said it was in the materials that we were given, that was one of the routes to go north. If it was in there or not.
There should have been in the material routing from Double M or County Road F to Highway 65, which would take you either towards New Richmond or toward Highway 8. Maybe not the most direct route, but again, between the town and ourselves, we'll have a fair amount of control of where those trucks run and where they don't. We think there's just the trucks we see hauling trap rock going by our residents. We're only about a mile away from the project site. Out-of-state trucks headed to Baldwin and the freeway. hauling rock. So they're running on double M, they're running on M, going through New Richmond, Baldwin, getting on the freeway that way. So we don't know exactly where the trucks are going, but we certainly will have some say on how they get there.
6 and 3. Subsection 4, traffic access, number 2.
Section 3 or tab 3.
Tab
Tab
3.
3,
Number
section 4, traffic access, town of Osceola.
Like the 5th page.
Mm-hmm.
Advantages, yeah.
Number 2.
Under advantages, is that where you're reading that? Okay, remember that everything that's not purple in this section was written by the town of Osceola in 2009. That was their statement, not ours.
I'm just asking for your take on it then, because it's here and right. It's a possibility.
Apparently, the town thought there'll be minimal impacts to town roads in 2009 on 210th Street from F to Highway 8. That was their statement, not ours. We'll work with the town on that if they feel that that road is capable of handling some truck traffic, additional truck traffic. Sure, why not? But if the town or the, more importantly, the residents of the area do not want to see our trap rock trucks on that road, we'll work to protect that road from that. So it's a matter of working with the town of Osceola and the the people that live in the area where those trucks run. We're just saying at a minimum, we're going to be on what our restriction is. We want to be on county roads. We want to be on state roads. We want to avoid town roads. So that's our intent.
And maybe to address the concern which we get about the town roads. If that's a concern for the committee, I mean, the applicant is proposing county and state roads for the haul routes. But if there were some need for some random use of a town road for whatever reason, things come up. If they're going to be using town roads, that needs to be in agreement with the town. And that could be one of those conditions that might make sense to discuss a little bit more when we get to that stage. Does that kind of make sense? Where I think we can maybe address the concern in a condition. Yeah, and I think it's a good thing to raise. So thank you.
But you have other trucks in the area, so who knows which truck it is? Just the ones out of here can't go up the road, but somebody else's truck can go up the road.
Well, that's
So how do you?
that's part of the where sometimes certain companies get targeted more for enforcement, like a mining company, while the garbage haulers and other agricultural equipment
All the other stuff.
get to
Yeah.
use town roads. And that's where we're saying if it's a legitimate, real concern here about haul trucks using a town road, I'm sure something can be reached with the town, or we'll just need to work around that restriction.
And that goes through another town too. So this is St. Croix Falls. 'Cause right now you got Quick Trip going, you got Menards at the end of it. That is a busy road.
Mm-hmm. So,
All right.
so in terms of the importance of this product, there was a state senator who's now retired, but I heard him say something kind of wise. So I suppose there's a politician joke in there somewhere, but
No, we're good. Go.
okay.
Just some of the people can't hear us. It's good.
Okay.
We'll try to scream and yell when we ask you.
State Senator Moulton, I heard him say at a gathering once that everything that derives value and that we use ultimately comes from the ground. And so let's think about that for a second. It actually is true, right? We either have to mine it or we have to grow it. Now, you need milk. That comes from the cows that eat the grass. You use trap rock to build your roads, to build your driveways. Even applies to those Teslas that, you know, they have to mine their precious metals in China to make their batteries. So the important thing here is there's a public need for trap rock mines like this. It's an extractive activity, but it can be done responsibly where impacts are minimized. You know, and this is something that will get developed further in the reclamation plan. But what can a reclaimed mine become? It can become a recreational lake. It can become a golf course. These are all parts of that additional permitting process on what we want the end land use to look like when the mine is done. So future generations get to use and enjoy the land. And you've got Lake Wazee in Jackson County. That's an iron ore mine, not a trap rock mine. But now that's an attraction statewide and nationwide for scuba diving and other folks to recreate in an old iron mine. So again, this quarry is looking at 1 acre per year with limited hours and limited months out of the year. There's the 55 dB limit we're proposing at the residences. There's very limited impacts to groundwater and wells as a result of the reduced location, the setbacks, and just the material that they're mining in to begin with. As noted before, in terms of that step process of what permits do you need, this is heavily regulated, which further minimizes any reasonable potential for pollution. Quarry's compatible. It's surrounded by 3 other compatible quarries. It'll bring jobs and revenue to Polk County and has the potential to link up some trails. And while we're on this summary, you know, let's go back to those criteria that are in tab 1A of the application itself. Those ordinance standards, right? Remember those that they're kind of ambiguous. They're subject to a lot of interpretation. And Jason went over those different standards that you're going to look at as a committee. And so in addition to, you know, what's in there, you know, let's just again remind, I think it might be helpful just to outline those for you. Are you on that page?
Yes.
All right. Tab 1A. So in terms of looking at the maintenance of safe and healthful conditions, now Jason mentioned MSHA and we've mentioned MSHA, but again, it goes to that high level of regulation here, where you have the conditional use permit with the conditions that you're going to impose to help safely regulate this mine. You have the county standards for reclamation, which ensures that it's reclaimed and put back to a good use. It requires a bond to make sure it is put to that good use, or a letter of credit or cash. The DNR has the permitting from stormwater perspective, both construction and during the operations of the mine itself. You know, so what does that look like? From the stormwater perspective, you know, they have to put together a stormwater pollution prevention plan. They have to have an erosion control plan. And this all gets reviewed by long-term DNR employees. I think Ruth King might cover this area of the state. And Ruth is great at stormwater. If it's not Ruth, it'll be Jacobson up in the Superior area. You know, the DNR will also have air permitting authority. There'll be a fugitive dust control plan. Again, we're not anticipating a lot of dust. This is not a frac sand mine. This is just a simple trap rock mine. There's the just by issuing the conditional use permit, again, they can't put a shovel in the ground yet to mine this. This is just step one to allow them to proceed, and allows the county the first opportunity to provide those conditions and regulations to help ensure that the applicant does what they say they're going to do in terms of hours, trucks, and things like that. Going to that second requirement in terms of the creation or increase of smoke, dust, noxious and toxic gases and odors, noise, and vibrations from heavy equipment. Everything we do has an impact. I think we can all agree that. Driving our cars here had an impact. Building a driveway has an impact. So what do we do to minimize those impacts? And this application minimizes the impacts from the previous application, going from 60 acres down to 10 acres. Having setbacks from residences going, starting at 1,300 feet away. Wells more than 1,200 feet away. Not as deep in terms of the mining itself. Self-imposing decibel limits. Having to continue working with the town and getting to work with the town on licensing, limiting blasting, limiting the hours of operation, limiting the months that they can operate, limiting the days that they can operate. Additionally, SPS 307 is the administrative code provision that regulates the blasting. So those 3 to 6 blasting shots per year are regulated by the Wisconsin Department of Safety and Professional Services. And it's SPS 307.41 that talks about needing to do pre-notifications, needing to do surveys for certain properties. So those protections are already built into the state code on blasting as well. In terms of the heavy vehicular traffic and increased traffic associated with this, potentially 3.5 trucks per hour per each of the 3 routes is not much. 100 trucks trips per day is not much compared to the 200 or the 400 that were proposed earlier in 2009. In terms of the prevention and control of water pollution, I already touched on the DNR requirements for the WPDUS, or sorry, the stormwater permit. As part of that stormwater pollution prevention and control plan, this is going to require regular checks on monitoring. It will require testing on discharges. It'll check whether this site is going to meet the requirements of it being internally drained. There are no wells within 1,200 feet. And the location above Lotus Lake further protects that water body. That was an express concern that the prior mine went down 400 feet. Instead of this one, not going down nearly as far and certainly not going below the level of Lotus Lake. In terms of the existing topographic, and drainage features and vegetative cover, you saw where the topo leads to. It doesn't go towards Lotus Lake with where the quarry is located. It's an inverted cone, help retain water. And you saw just from the pictures that Jason took that there is existing vegetation out there. And you've got those 1,200 to 1,300 feet of buffers built in. In terms of the location of the site with respect to floodplains or floodways, Jason said this is not in a floodplain or floodway. The erosion potential for the site, the zoning administrator said that there's no potential for erosion really. And you saw the quarry from 100 years ago and how it has not really eroded over 100 years. In terms of the site with respect to existing and future access roads, And we've provided the ways to get on the county roads that are suitable for this type of truck traffic, that are classified as truck routes, and how that will get to state highways. And the good concern and question from the committee about the town roads, that is something that, can either be addressed through conditions with the committee or will need to be addressed individually in an agreement with the town through its licensing process. This is not in the shoreland, but in terms of the proposed use and the need for it, we all need the rocks. Whether we like it or not, it's just part of what we need as to do daily things in our lives, whether it's driving or putting out a nice trail or whatever it may be. In terms of the compatibility with adjacent land use, again, you get back to that ambiguous term. What does compatible mean? The facts show that this is next to 3 existing mines, 2 quarries and a trap rock facility. And they're going to argue, I'm sure the opposition will argue about how it's incompatible. But with that ambiguous term, and we've shown that it is compatible next to these other existing facilities, that compatibility term needs to be interpreted in favor of the free use of property here. In terms of septic waste to be generated, the application discussed how there are going to be portable toilets on site, and there's not going to be a septic system that's put in place here. It's kind of hard to cite a septic system in trap rock. So, and in terms of the location and minimization of pollution, it's a smaller size, 10 acres, it's set back substantially, it's minimized its impacts, it's highly regulated, and it minimizes the potential for pollution here. And the drone footage that, again, you saw before, that maybe you saw before the hearing, that was on a loop. Actually, do we want to bring that up, the drone footage? I don't know if the committee actually saw the drone footage during the hearing. Would it help the committee to just have more of an aerial view with the drone footage to see what this looks like?
That should make more sense now. It's about 3 minutes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can we take and request a copy of the drone footage and that from the applicant to mark as Exhibit 63 for the files then?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you mentioned you had a question about the processing area was showing in the application. If you turn to tab 4, the 3rd picture marked as attachment F shows pretty much where the processing areas can be.
But it's just a blob on a map. I mean,
It is a blob.
okay, so it's a blob on a map, same as the stockpile and the water recycling. I mean, they're not drawn to scale or anything because your water recycling looks like it's 20 acres. I don't know if you need one that big. Is that in the middle of a 40? The blue water recycle?
Yeah, it's
So you
not-
got 20 acres of recycled water. I don't know if you're going that big. But I mean, that's where it's got to be drawn a little better to scale so we can see it. To help us a little bit.
Sure, understood. Can do that.
And I think in terms of that, I think with like a condition in place that says scaled maps, would be submitted to Jason for review prior to commencing mining might be one way to address that issue.
Well, it is in there, just didn't happen. It asked for that right in the applications, always to have scale drawing. So let's take a look at this.
So Glenn, maybe you want to narrate this?
Yeah, this is, see where I am here.
Back to the beginning.
If you would. Okay, obviously this is coming from the east. This is the Trologan campground, Trologan Hills. Here's where you start seeing the rock. Railroad track is right down there. So this is some buffer rock here. And you see this kind of path going through, and it starts right here. It's going through this woodlands between two major outcrops. That's probably where that processing area would be.
What road is
See,
that right there, did you say?
That's double M, and we're looking to the south.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Same access road coming in. This is looking to the northeast. You can see a dairy farm here, beef farm. We're just showing some of the outcrop here in this area. This is actually beyond the 10 acres. The 10 acres would actually probably culminate just on the other side of this outcrop. Whenever you see these invasive cedar trees, you can think that's really dense rock because that's the only thing that grows there. We're looking straight west now. You see the Trolagan Hills in that far distance. More cedar trees, more rocks. Now we're coming over that rock outcrop that I said, this is about as far as we're going to go on that 10 acres. And you'll see popping into view here, right here, there's our railroad track. So we're coming east to west, and here's the existing quarry right down in here. And the track and the access road out is right through here, goes through here to here. This is the process area in this area. It's between two major rock outcrops. We think that'll help significantly on noise buffering. Another aerial view. Coming up from the north side, here's our quarry again. You can see our access road going out. And 10 acres would be right here to right in this area. See that first 10 acres. That was quite a bit of rock there. When we talk about elevation too, we're talking about elevation from right here. This is the base of the existing quarry. And we're saying that the railroad track is here. We're going about 10 feet lower than this base, which if you carry the railroad track out to Lotus Lake, the railroad tracks are really flat. We can be, even though we go 10 feet deeper here, we can be above Lotus Lake based on elevation. And that was kind of key that, you know, we just won't go that deep because I remember the concerns from the first application, you know, going that deep, potential problems. So it's kind of hard to drain a lake when you're above it. So that's why we said we'll just stay above the lake, and consequently, then we just stay above all the wells too. This is just looping through again. So if you have any questions on what you saw here.
Just be loud enough. So they can hear you.
So I guess I got a question about the railroad. You talked about the railroad, it's an application, you know, about a lot of rock going out on the railroad. Has anybody talked to Canadian National? You know, with the pictures that Jason showed, you know, if you're loading 100-ton rail cars out of there, and I don't know how many, you know, if you're going to send a 100-car unit train out of there, you're going to need some rail spurs and you're going to need some infrastructure for that. So has there been any contact with the railroad to go down that path if they're interested in, you know, and I don't know where, if it links up in Osceola or where that's rail line would go, but
Yeah, back in about 2006, Kramer spent, believe it or not, 1 year. Everything stopped. And they talked to the railroad for 1 year. Railroads are really slow. And they did come up with spur tracks and agreement and everything else. Canadian National was very happy with it because the trains that you see operating on the track are Canadian Pacific. Canadian National has no trains operating. Now they get a royalty or rent for the tracks, but they get none of the revenue from hauling rock. Well, the prior agreement was kind of specifically the other way with Canadian National. Canadian National would haul all the rock, and there was a spur track put in there. I don't even want to think how much money went into refurbishing that track. We were happy to hear it because when that track is active for revenue, it means the tourist train in Osceola can survive, because the tourist train operates solely on gratis. Canadian National lets them use the tracks, but they make no money from the Minnesota Transportation Museum or the Osceola Historic Society. So when there's activity on the track, it pays for the maintenance of the whole track from basically Dresser Trap Rock all the way into Withrow, Minnesota, where it can connect to anywhere. So we were happy to see that they could work out an agreement with the railroad. I don't think we'll be doing unit trains. We'd wipe out 3 years of rock for one big train like that. So we're trying to go, encouraging going to the use of trains because it takes trucks off the road. Okay. And secondly, it's a good way to move rock. Rock is, if we were 50 miles from this location, say up to the north or east, we wouldn't be talking to you. It's not practical. You have to be pretty much, as far as trucks go, within 70 miles of where it's going to be used, or you can't haul it. There's not a lot of money in rocks when you transport it too far. So the train allows us to transport the rock somewhere else. And the railroad is by far Trap Rock's biggest customer, ballast for the tracks. That's what Canadian Pacific is using a lot of that rock.
But Dresser Trap Rock doesn't use the train once a year, maybe.
Well, there was, remember I said Canadian National, Canadian Pacific, they are like this and always have been. They do not get along very well. And something came up, and I believe I read in the paper that Canadian Pacific may have bought the tracks from Canadian National. But there was something came up, I think, I know there was a derailment, but there was a feud started, and that's why you're not seeing the trains anymore. It used to be about a train load every week coming out of Dresser Trap Rock, and now it's down to almost nothing. And those of you that live around Trap Rock at all, look at the trucks. Everything coming out of Trap Rock now is trucks, starting at 3:30 in the morning. So you're right about the trains not operating as much, but we still believe in trains. We believe trains are an environmental, economical way to move rock. And I know some folks had concerns about loading rail car at 1 a.m. I don't know how much say we have on that. Railroads are finicky about that, but I would like the railroad to load rock when we're there. Okay, we're not there at 1 a.m. Okay, so we will work with them to load rail cars between normal operating hours, weekdays.
So there really hasn't been any conversation between, there was conversations between Kramer and the railroad, but not between you guys and the railroad.
That's correct. Yeah. Until we get through, if we get through all the permitting process, that's the least of our worries to talk with the railroad. We know they were supportive last time. We believe they will be again. They put a lot of money, those of you that drive through Dresser 3-4 years ago, they did some huge resurrection on that track. The track used to be a 10-mile-an-hour speed limit, regulated, federal, because the rails were so poor. Now I think it's Cindy, 25, 30. I think it's up to close to 30 miles an hour, but they did a lot of work on it. So it's a really great track. So I really think that the trains will come back to Dresser for rock, either Dresser trap rock or hard rock.
But your train track that runs through your property is not the track you were talking about, right?
Well, that's the track.
Will they fix that track? Because I thought the pictures that we showed with rail ties and everything, I didn't think you could run too much down that
Yeah,
track.
they have not. I used to work for Sioux Line, and they red flagged that track. You can kind of see it when you cross by Trolog and F-double-M. If you look down the track, it's just a square sign this big that's red. That means no trains, okay? It's unmaintained track. That's what the track you saw. So if you walk between, the village of Dresser and that red sign, those tracks are mint condition. But go past that sign for the next almost a mile, 3/4 mile, pretty shaky. And then after that, it becomes the Sour Trail, no tracks at all. So the tracks really stop pretty much at the end of our property, a little farther, a little closer to the Lotus Lake, and there's no tracks. They haven't torn it out because I think they really think that there'll be some opportunity to move rock.
And just the railroad isn't going to spend money rehabbing a track unless you have the permits in place for it to become operational. So, and that's step, again, going back to step number one in this process, is getting that conditional use permit with the proper conditions. It leads to all those other permitting steps, I think would hopefully lead to more productive discussions when they start with the railroad.
So do you have a crossing permit or anything? Don't you have to have a permit to put a crossing in? If
Technically,
you're crossing, you gotta get across, it's their land for 100 feet.
well, yes and no. The state of Wisconsin, if you own land on both sides of the tracks, the railroad is required to give you a crossing.
Okay.
They can't tell you no. And personally, I don't think there'll be an issue with that. If they see dollars of hauling rock, they'll gladly let us put a crossing. So, but all the mitigation stuff that we've tried to do, unfortunately, there's one thing we can't do. I just have not figured out a way to do it. We can't move that rock. If I was building a factory and it was in a bad location and there was folks that didn't want a factory there, I'd just build it somewhere else. But I can't move the rock. And there's little else to do with the property other than what it was designed for back in 1918. And that was rock work. So we're trying to do everything around where the rock is to make it more viable for everybody in the community, us too.
Have you done any analysis on what's the break even for the railroad? How many cars would you have to ship out of there a day of rock to be able to make it viable for them to fix that track and do it?
I'm not sure who would fix the track. It could be the quarry operators if the rail cars are not substantial enough. In answer to your question, Supervisor Kelly, I have no idea. That's so far down the road for me. I haven't even thought about it. I do know that when Kramer did it, took a year, but they had a great agreement with Canadian National for the track. I'm not even sure who was going to pay for it, if it's going to be jointly paid for. They were looking at doing 1.5 to 2 million tons a year, actually a little more than Trap Rock once they got going. So you can figure if Trap Rock did a train load a week, Kramer was looking at that same amount.
Of course, it's reduced here.
Yeah.
Train load a year, maybe. 5 trucks.
Back to the PowerPoint. So the applicants here do again respectfully request that the committee issue the conditional use permit with reasonable conditions to address any potential concerns that have been raised. And I've heard a couple good questions here raised by the committee. The applicant agrees to meet and will meet all reasonable requirements and the condition and ordinance requirements and conditions the committee will require for the permit, including all ordinance standards, conditions, or other legal requirements. We believe the applicant has provided substantial evidence to show it meets ordinance standards. And we believe the committee has substantial evidence to support a decision to approve the quarry. So thank you again for all of your time. And we are, unless you have any more questions, it appears we're ending right on time for the break.
One on that, yeah, but I mean, we still didn't, that existing permitted high capacity well, where is that?
There we go. Thank you for bringing up the one I forgot.
Kim, let me tell you where it's at. We don't know how much water, we do know this. We know that Dresser Trap Rock has no wells and no village water. Where do they get all the water? I mean, they're washing rock like anybody else. It's all runoff water. Trap Rock is like a cereal bowl. You know, when you set it down and you fill it full of milk, and you come back in 2 days, other than sour milk, it's all there. It doesn't drain away. So every bit of water that flows into Trap Rock from rainfall or from natural runoff, it stays there. And apparently they have enough water through their whole process. So we're hoping that at least part of our water, we're able to obtain the same way. If we don't, we have a high capacity well about a half a mile away called Trolog and Ski Area. They have a high capacity well and they don't use their well in the summer. Okay, they use their well in the winter. We don't do quarry in the winter. So we're hoping that's our backup water source. In the if you look at the aquifer numbers and stuff, it's just, we are real blessed in this area. We live on more water than you can imagine. And we use such little water. Dresser, Village of Dresser uses more water in 3 months than our quarry if we were taking all water from the aquifer used in 3 years. Okay. So it's pretty small amount of water, but we do have a high capacity well that's not terribly far away.
It's not far away, but there is one there, okay. Yeah, let us break for dinner. Then we'll ask a few more questions and we'll go through our
When do you plan on
half hour.
reconvening?
What?
I've just announced what time you'd like to reconvene.
We're like 1:45, about a half hour.
Thank you.
So we can keep it going for our public comments. We have, Bob is gonna call, we're gonna go in kind of order. There's, what is it, 18 or 20 people?
There's 18.
There's 18 right now that want to speak. So then we'll go through that and then, of course, the applicant can make sure you address us with your questions. We'll try to keep track of them. In that, and then we'll ask the applicant or whatever, and then so they can rebut, whatever. So we're gonna start there, all right? So, number one.
Also, if you could speak loudly and also include your address and name. First person to provide public testimony is Jim Brundage.
Brundage.
Forgive me.
Thanks. My name is Jim Brundage. Brundage. You're writing it down. I live at 2055A, 85th Avenue. I live at the top of the hill on the opposite side of Lotus Lake from the proposed mining site. Since I'm the first to talk, I'll say that I
agree with everything that will be said from people opposing the proposed mining operation. I would like to start by dispelling a myth that all the members of the forest organization are tree-hugging liberals. I personally am a constitutional conservative and about the farthest thing there is from a tree-hugging liberal. I do not know about the political leanings of my fellow force members because we don't discuss politics at our meeting. Our concerns are non-political. I'm sure if I were asked to ask, I would find that we have members from all ends of the political spectrum. There is nothing political about the fact that immense noise caused by drilling, blasting, crushing, heavy equipment, trucks, and rail car loading will limit everyone's ability to enjoy their property. There is nothing political about noise ricocheting off of Lotus Lake and threatening the value of my property, and that other homeowners will have the same effect. Many of us are depending on our property values for our retirement. There's nothing political about wanting to protect our water. Once it is polluted, there is no way to fix it. And it is the same way with heavy truck traffic. There's nothing political about noise, damage to our roads, and potential blocking of ambulance and rescue service that this would cause. I want to put in a sidebar here for my notes. You had the people that are for this mining project put a sign out in the front on a big truck. And it said, property rights matter. And I can tell you that all of us that are in opposition to this would not be here if this didn't infringe on our property rights and our property values. So thank you for putting the sign up. The other point I would like to make today is that there is no reason to send this back to the town of Osceola board, which has been suggested by some. Our town has struggled in recent years. We have had multiple clerks and treasurers over the past couple of years, and it took months to appoint a vacant board position because no one wanted it. Our board has stated multiple times that they are still learning. And in the meantime, there have been various issues that would question if our town is functioning properly. The mining proposal was an agenda item for the 2022 town annual meeting. However, the chairman refused to open any discussion about it. And in less than a minute, skipped that agenda item, refusing to talk about it. My motion was the only way for residents to express their support or denial of the Blue Rock mining proposal. I made a motion at the annual town board meeting, which reads as follows. I move that the town of Osceola recommend that Polk County deny the conditional use permit being sought for by the proposed Blue Rock mining operation because most, if not all, of the reasons stated for the denial of the previous mining proposal at the same site are still valid, making it incompatible with the surrounding land uses. My motion passed 63 in favor, 14 against, and 9 abstentions. From that vote, the townspeople requested our board to take action, but they failed to address it at their next board meeting. What is interesting is that after our board refused to act on our annual meeting motion, they placed a public notice in 4 papers for this meeting that we're having here today. The email was sent to all of the board members, which appears to violate open meeting laws. The email was from Supervisor Everson on Wednesday, May the 18th, to all of the board members, the clerk, and the public works. And it reads, I spoke with Dale this morning about the public hearing regarding the proposed quarry that Polk County will be conducting. He asked me to draft this notice for the papers. If you have comments or corrections, please let Denise know so that she can change them. If you all are okay with this notice, Denise, please post to our usual locations and send to the Osceola Sun, the Leader, the Yellow Paper, and the Amory Free Press. Please post it on our website front page, along with a public hearing notice. Be sure that it is the one with the updated location and the documents we have of the quarry application. The notice only should also run on the town's Facebook page. Thank you and have a good day, Joe Everson. Our town officials have struggled with doing the right thing when asked of them. Our town's letterhead was compromised and our town board refused to take any action. At the September 7th, 2021 town board meeting, one of the applicants stated in the public comment that he and a group of neighbors did, in fact, give financial contributions to our town clerk as a thank you gift for her work. That clerk now is a board member, which raises some serious integrity questions.
Sir, I think we're not on your town board stuff. We're here.
I know. I
So I
understand.
mean,
What-
you're way offline for us. You're not talking about the mine to us.
What I'm saying is I'm giving you reasons to not send this back to the town board. You have everything that you need today to make a decision
Okay,
about this mining operation. What I'm talking about here is the potential of you sending this back to the town board of Osceola. And I'm trying to give you arguments of why you should not do that.
I don't know where you heard that we were sending it back. I mean, was that a rumor or what? I mean, we don't have that anywhere. I mean, so it's based on a
Well,
rumor.
that isn't, it's my understanding that that is an option that you have to send this, to put a halt on this and send this back to the town board for an approval. And what I'm telling you is the town board is dysfunctional
Sure, okay, but
and that there's no reason for you to send this back to the town of Osceola because the planning commission and the town of Osceola board are dysfunctional.
all right, Malia, help me a little.
Does that make sense?
So I think you have to let him
Go through this
say
as or what? Yeah.
his, if it becomes like a filibuster where, we're taking.
I've just got a little bit left.
So,
Okay.
so I say, and for whatever it's worth, right?
Okay,
So whatever.
it just see, we were talking about a mine and now we're going into Osceola's.
Because at the end of the day, you're.
There'll be a lot of other people to talk about that kind of stuff, but and I didn't know that I was gonna be first, but
Okay, but I mean, the dysfunction of some other government entity isn't our problem right now. Ours is,
all I'm saying is I don't want you to put a halt on this and send it back to the town board
sure,
or the planning commission, which I got a little verb I'm gonna talk about.
okay, all right.
Hope that makes sense. It was also discovered that 2 of the town's planning commission members went around the town board and contacted Chris Nelson, telling him to send the proposal back to the town. Town residents have asked for the removal of those 2 rogue planning commission members twice and been ignored. However, when a planning commission member by the name of Mariana Schultz was requested twice to have the Blue Rock Quarry placed on the planning commission agenda, she was asked to resign from the planning commission. Motion was made at the April 22nd Planning Commission meeting, which reads, motion by Chair Damaris, second by Berg, recommended to the town board that Mariana Schultz be asked to resign from the Plan Commission. Based upon documented information, Schultz continued to bring up a trap rock mine that has not been brought to the Plan Commission or the town board. Even after being asked by the chair to not bring up the topic until it was on the agenda, Schultz continued to bring up the mine. Schultz also continued by sending an email out to a group of people asking them to attend the town annual meeting to bring up the mine. At this time, nothing has been presented to the Plan Commission or the town board. Any type of trap rock mine motion passes. The townspeople already spoke at the town annual meeting regarding this proposal, and there is nothing more the town could provide to the county that would be of any substantial value. There are some obvious questions about the dysfunction of our town board. There is no reason to send the proposal back to a town board or a planning commission that does not reflect the values and the views of the people they represent.
Thank you.
Mr. Gerald B. Brock.
Those who know Jerry know that I'm not him. Jerry had to leave and he asked me to read his statement for him. And if I'm loud enough, I'll do it just right from here.
No, much up
You want
front.
front? Okay.
But state your name also that you're reading it for him, please.
My name is Bob Wright. I'm a town of Osceola resident. I'll be speaking later on some other things. So Jerry is the developer who developed the whole Lotus Lake Estates area. And he asked me to read this statement. First with a quote, it says, new housing developments are needed as they are the best way to increase the tax base of the township. Guess who said that? In the late 1980s, Louis Klosek and I, Jerry, met with the town of Osceola board members to ask what they envisioned or planned for the area around the Lotus Lake Valley. Louis owned some land around Lotus Lake and knew that our family had earned a reputation as a good and successful developer in Osceola and other nearby towns. He told me of some land next to his that may be for sale and asked me to consider the joint development, which is now Lotus Lake Estates. A meeting was arranged with two of the then town board members and Mr. Klosek and myself. At that meeting, we presented a general idea of our plans to the board members, one of whom was Doc Lindholm. I did serve with Doc for a little bit. After our presentation, board member Doc Lindholm's first statement was we need to increase our tax base to be able to keep up with increasing costs. He then said the words that always stuck in my mind, quote, new housing developments are needed and they are the best way to increase the tax base and revenues of the township. Doc took our plans to the board to begin their ongoing input and to reach a final agreement that housing is what they wanted for the Lotus Lake Valley. After the board's approval, I proceeded to purchase the land. Please note that I didn't buy the land first and then come to the town board with a couple of attorneys on my arm to tell the board what I was going to do with the land. Working with boards to follow their long-term plans is how we approached all of our developments. There's proof of what the board wanted for all of the Lotus Lake Valley. It's there for all to see. Homes for families, tax revenue for the township, new businesses supporting the needs of growing families. Doc and the board knew exactly what they were doing. You can't deny that their decision was to support housing development in the Lotus Lake Valley. On the northwest and south side of Lotus Lake, that is what you see. We need to honor the decisions made by past board members and all the families who made their largest life investment here. All these families trusted the long-term decisions that past town of Osceola boards made. As to the future, many homes are now becoming workplaces with large office spaces incorporated within. Educated and savvy new owners are looking for developments like Lotus Lake Estates. Developments that have amenities such as walking paths, large park spaces, and covenants to protect their property values. In general, they are looking for clean water and air, parks and trails for recreation, and security that their home will be a good investment now and in the future. When people make a decision to purchase land in a development, they are relying on the plans of the township. They're not only relying on those plans, but trusting that those plans will remain in place and be followed. Zoning credibility is earned over a long period of time. Once credibility is lost, it is hard to get back. For a developer, business, or consumer, once long-term planning can't be relied on, further growth becomes unmanageable or even impossible, no matter what a zoning or governing board desires. Being able to place trust in the township's long-term plans is necessary for future investment. Thanks.
All right, Jason, if that was in writing, do we have an extra one? Should that be exhibit 63? Or how are we gonna do these? Are we gonna?
If you got an extra copy, Mr. Chair, it'd be exhibit 64 though, because the drone video by the applicants that we've seen before was 63.
What was 63?
The drone. video.
Okay, so this would be 64?
Yep.
Okay. So if anyone else has an extra, if they're gonna read one or want it, we do it as an exhibit. So, all right.
Ryan McKinney?
My name's Ryan McInnes. I live within the township of Dresser. And there seems to be a lot of concerns and things of that sort of the people surrounding the areas of the quarry. I am next to the biggest quarry in the county of Polk, in the city of Dresser, the village of Dresser, and the noise is what a lot of people are concerned about. The noise and the values, devaluing property owners, and the noise is well under that of turning on your air conditioner or hearing your furnace and things. It's actually very, very, it's very quiet. Blasting and things of that sort you don't hear. The only thing you hear is the possible or the processing of the rock. And it is a very, very hard rock, a very sought after rock that Dresser and our surrounding areas have the capability to produce for many, many different states. And the noise of the processing is right next to that of many different businesses, many different households, and things of that sort. The most you hear every now and then is the slightest or faintest echo of the process. Addressing the water and the pollution that is, so to speak, of the contamination of our water and groundwaters and things of that sort. If anybody knows anything about processing water for viable drinking, things of that sort, it goes through many different things. It goes through rock, it can go through charcoal, it can go through all sorts of different things to be able to be compatible or palatable for most everyone to be able to drink. And the nice thing about it is most of those filters are built here in St. Croix. A lot of the machineries and a lot of those filters will be bought from our own county. So it's part of our community feeding the other part of our community. And that's creating jobs and things of that sort. If you take a look at it from an economical standpoint, it is good for our community to be able to create some jobs. We went through the worst economical catastrophe, so to speak, as through COVID and things of that sort. Every business out there that couldn't survive or had to downsize to be able to survive. Now, this was brought forth to the Osceola Township, to the village board for the village township for Dresser and things of that sort. And those two don't talk to each other all that often. And most of the board members will never agree upon anything. And most of the people won't agree upon anything. Most of the opposition that you see here today are those of the people that have surrounding areas. You don't see or you don't hear from most of the potential that it has for many different areas in our communities, and you don't hear from those that are voting for it or that are for it. You hear from mostly those who are against it, and that's okay. That they're bringing forth their concerns for their village, for their township, for their things, for their planning commissions and things of that sort. But in the same aspect, you have to take a look at it. Okay, does that make your community stagnant? Especially coming out of COVID, coming out of the worst economical downfall that we've seen in a lot of different years. Now, going through some of those addresses or those concerns are many different things. The downsizing from 60 acres down to 10 acres. 10 acres isn't a very big plot. You know, most of us live on a half an acre or an acre, and we enjoy that acre or that half an acre that we buy, put our houses on, and expect our families to grow or want our families to grow there, and don't care for certain things such as going through the noises or the truck traffic and things of that sort. Highway M was built for truck traffic. Polaris Industries and Capco Industries, and those have big trucks on them all the time. Now we're not looking, or they're not looking to be in, to be in the city or within the city limits. They're asking for to be able to mine an aggregate substance that is already sold. There's already mines that are being developed or have been developed in the county of Polk, in the village of Dresser, right, and then another one right in the village of Osceola, sand and gravels and things of that sort. Another mine that's already been there since 1918, yeah, it wasn't a very big mine, and they're not asking to be a very big mine. If the qualities and the fears, the quality of life and the fears that you have for your property values, for your the noises, the trucks and things of that sort, those are all viable fears. But in the same aspect, you have to take a look at it as, okay, what business do you work for? Okay, do they have trucks? Do they have things that they needed to go through for their conditional use permit to be able to provide jobs for the community, to be able to create a workforce and or ask permission from the state, local, and federal governments to be able to provide work and to provide a business. What we're looking at, an opposition of many, many different laws of being regulated and being able to start with, okay, let's take a look at this. This is going to create jobs. This is going to create, yes, it's going to create a little bit of traffic. Those traffics going off of state roads and county roads and things of that sort are built for that. Yes, we may not like a little bit of traffic. We may not like the pollution of our water. It's not pollution of water. If you go through a lot of the mandates and things of that sort, not necessarily mandates, the laws that were put in effect by the EPA and standards that they have to abide by, they go through the filtering, what do you call it? The proper ways to be able to treat the water. And they also have the land to be able to collect the runoff, to be able to create their own pools, to be able to refine their own waters, and things of that sort. Now, the truck traffic, I don't believe that there's going to be any more truck traffic than we already see. The dump trucks run all the time and through in and out of our communities via the ones that we have already existing. We're not adding too much to that, or they aren't adding too much to that. I am not part of them, but I do support them, however, in the freedom of being able to use their property and going through the processes of trying to get a conditional use permit to be able to conduct business that has already been conducted and being conducted within our counties and within our townships. Now they've been met by every wall through the village of the township of Osceola, the village of Dresser, and things of that sort. They've been met in opposition at every turn. They started with the minimalist of governments, and now they've graduated to the county government. And getting permissions throughout the thing, or trying to get permission or conditional use permit is very difficult because you have to appease or you have to try and ask permission from everybody around you. Now, mind you, most of the area around is, if you're on top of the hill, you might hear a little bit more. But I'm down where I'm close to less than 2 blocks away from the processing plant of Dresser Trap Rock all day long. And I hear a faint echo every now and then. Now, the closest property to the proposed plant or the proposed processing of which is that needs to be addressed or what have you, the closest place to it is our ski hills, which a lot of people from out of town come to our ski hills to be able to enjoy our recreation. Now, having that next to it, in the summertime, it's not very busy. The only time it's busy is on the weekends when we have the truck rallies or when there's trucks that are going up and down the rocks and things of that sort, and having those engines rev and roar. And every now and then, anybody that's a car guy or a truck guy can know that, yeah, that'd be all sorts of fun. But you hear that. But that is far more decibels than I hear 2 blocks away from the biggest plant that our area has to offer. That is far louder than what you will hear. From my, from my experiences. I don't know all of the opposition and all the concerns. I do hear that the town of Osceola doesn't want it back to them, or the township of Osceola. But I heard that if somebody brought it up, then they were asked to be taken down from the board. Yes, it is all of your businesses to know what your township and what your city and what have you does. Now, somebody bringing across a conditional use permit and is immediately suffocated by the opposition that you're not allowed to bring it, or you can't bring it across. Yes, I believe that is unlawful. But in the same aspect, that's our great country at work at a small level. And a small level teaches our kids on how to be able to run a democracy and things of that sort. Now, getting back to trying to run a city or township for planning and zoning for the future and things of that sort, we have to look at it as far as, okay, will our kids enjoy having this? Probably not the most enjoyable to have trucks and a plant and things of that sort in your town and things of that sort. But we also are a destination place for the railroad, for people to come visit the train. Well, that the train horns go through all weekend long, and those are very high decibels. We also are a destination for the lookouts, for all sorts of different motorcycles to come through with a lot higher decibels than that of a processing plant. But yes, the opposition would be, okay, that's a constant and that's occasional. Yes, the constant is the faint echo of processing. The blasting with the berms and things in place of the already established quarry, we never hear. And you will probably never hear it as well. The processing of it, just as I said, the faint echo that you might hear occasionally. But all you have to do is 2 clicks on your remote, watching your TV, or if you're outside, listen to the ball game or what have you, then so have you. It's not a nuisance, but it will be if you concentrate on that nuisance. But if you don't concentrate on the nuisance, it's just a faint echo, is all it is. Water, trucks, noise. I don't know what else the opposition is. The people coming in for a conditional use permit have an idea, and an idea that would create jobs and start a new business and create development way outside the townships. The only thing the townships will see is a little bit of slight traffic, a slight traffic increase and things of that sort. But in the same aspect, you have to take a look at it as, okay, I guess I don't have very many things to be able to say in opposition of trying to be able to ask for permission to be able to start a business. And our country was built on small town businesses that are now, that our governor is now trying to give money away, our tax dollars, which would be earned by a lot of the jobs and a lot of the rock that would leave our community and be able to bring dollars in to be able to create new businesses or existing businesses to be able to start in our downtowns that are going empty, our town squares that are going empty, and things of that sort. You know, I can be on my high horse.
Kind of wrapping up here, you're kind of getting way political here. We're trying to do a conditional use permit, please.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
will say that our conditional use permit goes through many different variations, and a lot of it is based upon wording and things of that sort. And the conditional use is being met, I believe, is being met in a lot of different areas that doesn't have to be met. And by trying to talk with the townships and talk with the villages and things of that sort before they brought it to you, to be able to talk with their own communities, to be able to start a business that yes has some effects, but very minimal. So by bringing it to our county that has many different mines in many different places, that be able to get, when you grant them their conditional use permit, they will follow the guidelines that you set forth or that was set forth by our state, by our counties, by all sorts of things. They will follow the rules and follow the laws that are set in place to be able to make our impact a lot smaller, or our business, their business impact a lot smaller than what is being blown out of, what I believe is being blown out of proportion, being that as I'm 2 blocks away from the largest quarry that is doing business in this county as we speak. My name is Ryan McInnes. I'm not opposed to this. Yes, there are concerns that I believe that they are addressing. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Mike Wallace? Mike Wallace, last name is Wallis. I'm at 990 Southview Lane in the town of Osceola. Mr. Chair, committee members, thank you for hearing my testimony today regarding this very important subject matter impacting residents of the town of Osceola. Before I get into the details of my testimony, I'd like to make a general recommendation to this committee. There's a tremendous amount of information to digest regarding reasons to deny this permit. Some of it may be old information and some may be completely new and or complex. Please take the time needed to completely understand the negative impacts of the Blue Rock proposal before voting on the conditional use permit. Now, I've put together a packet I'm told has gotten into your hands. I think it's Exhibit 41. That packet includes studies and summaries. And some of these studies and summaries may be provided to you from different sources today already. They may be included in other things that are on your desk in front of you. I compiled those documents together because they relate to my testimony, and I put page numbers on them so we can reference them more concisely and easily. If during the time I'm going through my testimony, if you feel like, hey, we need to slow down a little bit, I need to find that page, just let me know. So an application to mine this property was submitted by Kramer Mining and Materials in October of 2008. That application was followed by a second plan that was similar but different than the first. Now we're looking at a third plan, third version of a similar but different plan submitted by Blue Rock. With regards to the 3 variations of plans submitted for this mine, there are aspects that have not changed with the new application. The rock is still in the same location. The property lines haven't moved. And most importantly, drilling, blasting, and crushing between 2 subdivisions will still need to occur. My testimony today will focus on noise and vibrations. For the first 2 plans, the town of Osceola hired 2 engineers to study the Kramer application and report. One engineer was George Camperman of Camperman Associates. Camperman at the time had been in business 37 years. In summary, he was a professional engineer who had a major role in writing numerous noise regulations, standards, and test codes in developing practical methodology such as methods for measuring impulse noise and the measurement and evaluation of community noise. The other expert the town hired was Dr. Darush Ali. In summary, Dr. Ali was a professional engineer with 3 relevant degrees, a PhD, an MSME, and a BSME, with a doctoral emphasis on systems, dynamics, and structural dynamics. His technical expertise focused on vibration, shock, acoustic, and noise control. He was very accomplished in his field with numerous publications, conference speaker appearances, patents, and memberships. Kramer hired Dr. David, let me back up. Kramer hired, not sure if he's a doctor, David Braslow, Associates Incorporated, to prepare a report titled Report on Air Quality, Blasting, and Traffic. At the time, Braswell had no formal training in system dynamics, structure dynamics, and noise and vibration control. And according to Dr. Ali, Braswell may not have the required depth in the area of structural dynamics in order to express an expert opinion on the influence of blast or ground vibrations on buildings and structures. For more detailed backgrounds on each of these individuals, I would refer you to page 85 and 86 and 96 of the packet. Now, rather than asking, how can we make this proposed mine neighborly? When I read the current application, it appears to me that the applicants are more concerned with convincing you that if they have a mine meets the regulations, then the mine's okay, safe and neighborly. So in other words, if A equals B, B equals C, A has to equal C. Well, the testimony that I give you today will show you that A does not equal C, and that the application should be denied. In Dr. Ali's report to the town of Osceola titled Review of the Potential Noise Impacts of the Proposed Hard Rock Mine, page 55 of your packet, he concludes that a mine in the proposed location will have adverse impacts on the community and its residents, and determines that there is no engineering data that supports the blasting activity is safe and will not negatively impact the residents and their houses. And finally, he concludes that meeting standards does not mean that the proposed operation will not negatively impact the community. In the same spirit, the application submitted by Blue Rock has not proven that there won't be negative impacts from their proposed operation relating to health, safety, and welfare. They've stated they'll follow the regulations. Kramer's consultant made the same claim for the proposed mine in the same location and argued that regulations equate to no negative impact. Dr. Ali's review on page 86 to 90 of your packets counters that argument convincingly. Dr. Ali first states that Kramer's consultants' statements are inaccurate, misleading, and have no engineering basis. Dr. Ali continues by explaining how dynamic energy propagates from a blast event to a structure. Although it's very enlightening, I will not summarize that for you here today. Instead, I will jump to the item number 7 on page 91. That's in your packets as well. This is where Dr. Ali concludes that claims that all blasts that meet the blasting standard will be safe and damage-free is contrary to reports, published data, and an overwhelming number of complaints referred to in his report. With perhaps an even more powerful statement in item number 8, Dr. Ali concludes that based on rebuttal and arguments from Kramer's consultants, it's apparent they have no real experience on how to deal with noise generated by mining operations. Because according to Dr. Ali, earthworms will not reduce the noise generated by mining operations to a low enough level to eliminate annoying and discomfort impacts to the community. If approved, mining will occur on this property for a lifetime or more. Unless the applicants entirely convince you that this quarry is safe, healthful, and neighborly, and will not negatively impact the community, you have to deny the conditional use permit. Regulations do not guarantee no negative impact. A may equal B and B may equal C, but based on the testimony you just heard, the applicant has not proved that A is equal to C. The Blue Rock application states that there is no noise standard in Wisconsin. We've talked a little bit about that here already today. We know that the town of Osceola has some noise standards. The applicant doesn't seem to want to address those in this application, but instead imply some of their own noise regulations on themselves. But it doesn't take a noise engineer to know that the town has regulations. And last I checked, the town of Osceola does still have that noise regulation built into the mining permitting ordinance, or what's referred to as Chapter 14 in their code of ordinance. Now the applicant continues stating that the noise limit from their currently proposed operation will not exceed 55 dBA. don't be swindled by this claim. There are some questions that need to be asked, and more information and understanding are needed for you to really consider this application. The first question is, what statistical descriptors are being used to describe the decibel level? Is it L50, L max, L25, or some other descriptor? This missing link or misunderstood link is critical to the health, safety, and welfare of our community as it relates to community noise. Now let me explain. The sound level is measured in decibels. I'm sure that's not a foreign term to most people in this room. But statistical descriptors are used along with the decibel level measure to further describe the sound levels over time. For example, a statistical descriptor of L50 means sound measurements will be under the indicated decibel level 50% of the time. The current application doesn't specify what, if any, descriptors are used when it states, quote, no greater than 55 dBA sounds at any residence during daytime. Now, I became familiar with these noise concepts in response to the 2008 revised second Kramer application, when we were told that rock quarry operations won't exceed noise levels that are similar to noise generated in people's conversations or slightly above noise levels in a library, or today, I guess, a dishwasher. This is a rock quarry. The descriptors and other noise impacts and implications are described in section 4 of the binder from Forest, Wisconsin. That section is titled Rebuttal to Kramer Mining SCP Revision Summary Information Noise. And again, this is in your packet as well. It's taken out of that binder and put in your packet as pages 94 to 130. Now, the descriptors in that case, the L50, is talked about in detail on page 95 of your packet. And I'll emphasize it here again. The L50 descriptor indicates that the determined decibel level could be exceeded 50% of the time. Is the 55 dBA limit stated in the current application really the maximum decibel level that will be experienced at any neighboring residence? Well, the beauty of the Kramer studies is that even though they were completed for a different operator at a different time, the same rock needs to be extracted using the same method from the same location. And the noise receptor location map is in your handout. It's page 108 of your packet. The receptors are places that people live. We're all given receptor numbers if we live around this proposed quarry. So that's on page 108. But then if you go ahead and look at the report from Kramer's consultant on page 110 of your packet regarding blasting and noise, you'll see that the predicted decibel level at receptor number 4, for example, is expected to be approximately 121 decibels during a blast at the receptor. Could the decibel level vary a bit depending on variables like distance, elevation, blast load, maybe other things as well? I would guess so, and I'm not going to convince you that I'm an expert like Dr. Eli, but I think it's reasonable to expect the decibel level at the property line for R4 to be above 55 decibels for a blast event. Perhaps the applicant will provide a clarifying statement by throwing in a descriptor at the last minute or try to help you write a condition that includes a descriptor. Or perhaps the applicant is assuming that the neighbors are in their houses with all the doors and windows shut. If so, does that seem fair? We should feel free to enjoy the insides of our homes while the quarry is operating because the noise level outside isn't tolerable. Or perhaps they're assuming that that number is only for structures that are built a certain way, maybe stick built versus manufactured. Or perhaps the applicant is struggling. Sorry, that was a mistake. Perhaps the applicant is suggesting that noise level will be realized in many years once the operation progresses below grade. Or did they just not think it was important? Or something else? We don't know which, or it will be. What exactly are the assumptions that feed into the 55 dBA limit? Well, the town of Osceola hired their own sound experts to review the prior application. The reviews by both experts are similar. Both state that there are reasons for concerns regarding noise and vibration. Now, the applicant will likely try to convince you that they have every right to do this. Because they registered their mineral deposit, they have the right to wake people up at 2 a.m. loading rail. Or they will create jobs. Therefore, they have the right to shake the neighbors' homes, make their floors vibrate and their windows rattle. Who has the right to do that? Not me. Not any of you on the ESC. Not the sheriff. Not the county administrator. In fact, not even the governor, the one that oversees all the state departments, including the DNR. If any of us did any of such things on a regular basis, maybe you can think of some things that would do that to your neighbor's house. If we did it even for a short duration, we would be met with complaints. Complaints that would involve the town board, county zoning, and law enforcement. Heck, even attorneys might need to get involved. The report from Camperman in 2008 warns against this on page 106 of your packet. There, Camperman, when referring to the house rattle, states that the projected blast noise and vibrations will cause very annoying house rattle in a majority of nearby homes and will lead to strong dissatisfaction. Why is that? You see, ladies and gentlemen, it's pretty simple. One person's rights stop where another person's rights start, and that's at the property. We pay taxes right up to the property line, and no one has the right to infringe them. Not with obnoxious dust and noise, and certainly not by rattling our structures with blasting and low frequency noise. House rattle will cause anxiety, it will cause stress, possibly hypertension and other secondary health issues, as well as accelerated fatigue to structures and their components. If you're wondering why you should deny this permit, that pretty much lays it out. Approving this permit will result in a negative impact to public health, safety, and welfare due to unmitigated effects from noise and vibration. Blue Rock has not submitted any mitigation measures that eliminate this negative impact on nature. I suspect that it's because these are impacts that simply can't be mitigated. To get the rock out of the ground, they have to rattle our homes. And out of desperation, they'll tell you that they are highly regulated, and therefore everything will be fine. I expect the applicants will argue the following at some point. Blasts are relatively short. Blast experts will be hired to reduce the impacts and assure that they are within allowed limits. Of course, the DNR condones this because they allow for registering the property to protect mineral deposits. It's one of my favorites. There's a miner on the state flag. Or we create jobs, people need our product, and on and on and on. The bottom line is this. We have land use permits to reside on our property. They don't have the right to induce the aforementioned stresses on us by allowing the effects of our land use, of their land use to spill over onto ours that we own and pay taxes. As land and home buyers, there's always a possibility of there being pre-existing land uses on neighboring properties that could be viewed as positive or negative. People research those kinds of things prior to deciding to purchase all the time. That's called being an informed buyer. We purchased our land and built our home prior to any non-metallic mineral deposit registration. Here's what that research would have yielded in the vicinity of the proposed mine at the time. Land uses tended to be residential uses mixed with agriculture, some scattered commercial uses. There's an annual high impact event, the Mud Rally. It's of limited duration that happens once a year, but has been occurring for many years. It's next to a well-established ski hill, Rock. We all know what that's called. There's an infrequently used train track with much of the segment unused. No cars being loaded in the vicinity. And lastly, the town's comprehensive plan. Future land use maps show no mining on the proposed location. The town is under county zone. That's why we're here. And the town and the county follow their comprehensive plan. They both approve subdivisions The town approves building permits, the county approves land use permits. Both municipalities, through all these approval processes, have condoned the residential land uses that currently exist in the vicinity of the proposed mine. Both municipalities seemingly want people to invest in the community and call this place home, thereby supporting local banks, contractors, stores, and schools. Who would have guessed that after doing everything I just listed to be a responsible buyer, that the county would be considering whether or not to permit an industrial land use between two subdivisions? Likely nobody that did their research. It's not logical. It's not consistent with the past land use planning, and except for stating that either there are no regulations or that existing regulations will be followed, the applicant has not provided sufficient evidence to support the claim that their proposal will satisfy the requirements to be granted a permit, and that the safety, health, and welfare of the public will not be compromised. Now, before I conclude, I just got a few questions to interject for you folks to think about as a committee. With very little overburden, we've seen the pictures, we heard there's very little overburden. One question that I have would be what material is going to be used to make these burns? Where's that going to come from? We talked about truck routes. I think that's been hammered pretty good. Just, I guess, why are they staying above Lotus Lake elevation all of a sudden? Is there a risk going below that? Have we ruled out that there's not a risk staying above it? None of this has been proven. And the big thing here with the noise regulations at the town of Osceola, that's if they have an ordinance. We know they do right now. You're approving potentially a conditional use permit that's going to last for many years. You have no control over what that local municipality has for ordinance. One last thing on questions, 3 to 6 blasts is what we're hearing. 3 to 6 blasts in a year. We've seen nothing submitted regarding size of the blast, depth, how big the charge is, and what impacts or how that doesn't impact the community have not been provided. So in conclusion, members of the committee, this is not a political decision. I'm not asking that if you're liberal to be more conservative. I'm not asking that if you're conservative to be more liberal. Instead, I'm asking you to do the right thing. To protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. There are serious impacts from this proposed operation that cannot be mitigated and that will lead to negative health, safety, and welfare consequences. Today, you have heard and will continue to hear testimony that sufficiently supports denial of this permit. Now it's up to you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terry Wallace?
Somebody sent me an email?
No, that would be what you just read. And then here's copies of what.
And Jason, I do have copies of my testimony.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, that's perfect. So
Mike Wallace's testimony that I just got handed will exhibit as exhibit 65. Harry Wallace testimony will exhibit as 66.
All right, my name is Terry Wallace. I live at 990 Southview Lane in the town of Osceola. I'm here, I guess today I was called a mob. I'm either one of those or I'm a resident that the applicants wish to work with. So what I've put together that will be passed around will be kind of a list of items for you to consider as you look through 2 different documents. First document is the application. So the application is in your packet. The second item that I'm going to refer to is a letter that was written by the applicants and mailed or provided to many of the local homeowners. So I'm assuming, Jason, that's all under the same exhibit. There was the letter yesterday as well, the second.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
It's all exhibit 41.
Okay. Yep.
Do you want these handed out to the committee members?
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay.
Is that okay if we take a moment to do that?
Microphones.
Good to go? All right, well, my purpose here is to just use this bullet point list for some things that the Environmental Services Committee may want to review more closely. I would like you to take note of the inconsistencies and writings that communicate doubt of integrity within the application. So first subheading there is in the application under the section called January 17th, letter to the ESC, current 2022 paragraph. So in quotes there, you'll notice that the application says, beginning with 10 acres of active quarry operation over 10 years, end quote. Inconsistencies and questions of the applicant integrity enter at the very beginning of the application. Wording such as this leads one to think that the application is for a reduced area than a prior similar application. Yet the application refers multiple times to the expansive intent of the operation. While this is a new application, it mirrors numerous aspects to make the connection that what was not compatible in the prior application is not compatible now. This is just a start. This is just a segue entryway in. Stating that something is smaller to begin with does not mean that the end size would be smaller. The application does not say that would be the end result. This is a close replication of the last application, using the concept of scaling to elude one to think that its operation is scaled back. In quotes, you'll find in the application, the new footprint. When you compare the new footprint, it's the same as the old or the prior application. Private well concerns have not been removed or eliminated from this application. Operational hours can easily be changed for a variety of reasons and should not be considered final. Overall, you will notice that there's creative writing that provides an illusion of concerns being removed. Just like the applicant asks of the committee, we ask that the Environmental Services Committee follow expert information, follow the studies, and support the neighboring land uses by not approving this special exception, which would be a complete shift in the long-term development plan that has been intentional and ongoing for the last 30 years. Under the next section, response to the committee criteria tab 1A. Few bullet points. It states that there's no noise standard in Wisconsin. Town of Osceola has a noise standard. Loading of rail cars at any time of the day is referenced in the application. Help us understand how these two items connect. It's just not clear in the application. And I think we just heard quite a bit about noise. The application states that there's non-beep backup alarms. What are those? Are those workers that can hear them, but residents can't hear them? What are they? The application states state-of-the-art dust control. What's state-of-the-art methodologies? It's a great theory, but what does that mean? How is it monitored? How is it adhered to? Trucks would not be allowed to use engine braking devices. Why would we be in favor of sacrificing safety? Managing truck traffic would not be directed by the applicant as is indicated in the method of operation section. Trucking companies, contractors, and drivers determine their own routes when they arrive at a location. Another quote, it's compatibility with uses on adjacent land. How so? How's that proven? Where did this fact come from? Or is this the opinion of the applicant? Next quote in that application Zoning determines compatibility. If that is a fact, where did that statement come from? Have been proven to be true. Also states there's 3 existing quarry operations. There is 1 mining the same product, dresser trap rock. Others aren't comparable. They're not blasting rock. At the end of the application, under the notes section, the county application, it states, the committee typically deliberates and acts on the application immediately after the public hearing. While this application is new, referencing the studies and materials from a prior application would indicate that the same denial would be appropriate. Why? The town of Osceola work has already been done, and that work is available for the committee's review. How? There are numerous examples of how the town has already spoke and done their homework using taxpayer resources and engaging with the residents. 2 years of annual meetings with large turnouts on this topic. Advisory motions have been clear at the 2021 and 2022 town annual meetings. Local opinion continues to speak. A petition that has just been out for review, less than 2 weeks old, was submitted with signatures and is available in your packet. We've already done this work with the local government. We have already paid for the professional studies at the town level. The applicants are wasting taxpayer dollars for personal benefit with any additional work being done for their application that is not done at their cost. The situation at the town of Osceola governance has declined to a point where good people don't want to serve locally. The stirring among people and the divisive approach is making people back away, and there are repercussions for participating. There are repercussions for participating for some of us. At the end of the application, it indicates the applicant should check with the township and other regulating agencies for additional regulations, permits, or licensing that may be required. If this application were complete, proof of the ability to comply with those regulations should have been included with this application. It should be the responsibility of the applicant to fund and provide substantial evidence with a plan that provides compliance with their proposal. The applicant has not funded unbiased studies, but has instead shifted their burden to the taxpayers of Polk County and to the town of Osceola. For these reasons, the application appears to be incomplete and should be denied and made clear to the applicant that who or what causes costs, they should pay for those costs and not shift them to the taxpayer who have nothing to gain from this application. Under the next section, new 2022 mitigation elements suggested by Blue Rock. Discusses noise inconsistencies. What is this exception for rail car loading all about? 55 dBA during the day, but it can be extremely loud at any time for rail car loading, then that isn't 55 dBA. They're missing puzzle pieces regarding sound. The rail line. I think we heard plenty about the rail line right before we headed to lunch. It is false to state that the rail crossings within the village of Dresser have signals. They don't. They don't both have signals, and the application says that they do. It is the intent of the applicant to use as much of the rail line as possible for transport of the product out of the quarry. Yet Dresser Trap Rock hasn't used the rail transportation in the last couple of years. Intent may be to use, but that doesn't mean what their actual transportation option would end up being. Application refers to more rail line revenue. According to my math, that current revenue is 0. When you multiply 0 times the new revenue, it's 0. Let's ponder the applicant's response. That track that is referred to, it's a turnaround. That's what was referred to this morning as a track. It's been a backup spot for years. We've lived on the back side of that. Trains have pulled in order to get in prior years for loading. All right, under the Blue Rock introduction, Town of Osceola's summary of issues to consider. First bullet point there under number 3 says that this benefits to the community and to the county are significant. The number of jobs indicated in the application is inflated. Look at Dresser Trap Rock that produces over 1 million tons per year and has 15 to 20 employees. Tax revenue year over year is not a benefit. The continued development of housing through decades of planning and execution provide a continual growth in tax revenue. For example, a home pays $3,500 a year in taxes. You add 50 homes, that's $175,000 a year in added revenue, and that revenue stays year after year. Doesn't bring with it the risk of closed operations and negative values to the current homeowners. Application states there's a survey identifying that gravel pits quarrying was an acceptable economic activity within the town during a recent survey for the comp plan. Committee might want to check into that for accuracy. Number 4 indicates problems have not happened at Dresser Trap Rock. Well, Dresser Trap Rock owns the housing around it. That's a big difference. Gravel pits are not trap rock mines or quarries, and they shouldn't be considered as comparable. The Dresser Trap Rock buffer means that they own the homes close to the operation. The applicant states that there are privately owned residents under 800 feet from the operations. To clarify, Dresser Trap Rock would be the owner of those homes. The quarry depth will be less than Lotus Lake and above area wells. Keyword again, when you read that description, is initially. Well depth is minimal in the area, and changes in the water table could quickly change the ability of surrounding residences to have water. What about groundwater? In the area that says describe your method of operation, that section specifically states initial maximum. Rest on that just a moment. Initial maximum would be 10 feet below grade. This writing is another example showing that over time, the operation intends to mirror a prior application. There's a quote within the application that says the approach used, they will be using the approach used by Dresser Trap Rock. And then it goes on to describe that as may require water to be pumped from the quarry rock floor, which could be used in washing and operations. Can someone explain this? How is it that Dresser Trap Rock's current process is filled with mays and coulds? Some questions there. Where's the proof that Dresser Trap Rock has no, where they're getting their water from? You might want to look into that specifically. The groundwater summary area says the following. The Kramer funded study provides no assurance that groundwater would be okay. Once the Kramer study was done, the town followed up on that study and paid professionals to do the work. It indicated problems. The Kramer study doesn't say that there wouldn't be groundwater problems. How does the applicant know that Dresser Trap Rock experiences leakage and that water is then used for washing operations? Is there evidence to support that statement in the application? Current residential wells in the area continue to be a concern. In a letter to neighbors, the applicant makes it appear that they will be insured for issues that arise. Local insurers have been contacted and have responded that insurance is not available for residential purchase. The business would need to purchase this type of coverage. It's not a practical solution to ensure that these landowners in the area would be sufficiently covered for any issues that would arise. The applicant refers to Dresser Trap Rock never having well failure in over 100 years of operation. There's no proof of this fact in the application. Dresser Trap Rock is referred to in numerous times, yet the applicant provides no details of meetings. Proof of these meetings and the discussion with them should be obtained maybe from Dresser Trap Rock. Were these anonymous phone calls or these actual meetings where information is exchanged? I'm not sure why we're not having Dresser Trap Rock here to support the applicant and the claims within this application. That should be a red flag to the committee. There was a letter to the neighbors. Just a couple of points regarding that letter. In this letter, the applicants claim inconsistency from opponents who even use trap rock on their own driveways. Had I known that my driveway was going to be in one of the photos earlier with trap rock on it, this is perfect. Does anyone else think that this statement is completely ridiculous? Okay, so do we all use toilet paper? Does that mean that we should live next to the paper mill? We use petroleum, we should live next to the refinery? We generate garbage, so we should live next to the landfill? These are immature, desperate thoughts. The applicant also uses the phrase NIMBY often. In my experience, NIMBYs typically complain about impacts that don't directly affect their property. It appears this applicant does not understand how their desired impacts go beyond their property lines, which is where their rights end. That letter also goes into the topic of insurance for homeowners at being at no charge to the residents upon inquiries. Again, in the insurance agents industry, this coverage does not exist in the format presented. The letter also indicates home values increasing, yet they refer to it not decreasing in value. Is that just deception? What is that? Talks about, they're talking about working with residents. I don't see it. In summary, the information shared here is just a very small sampling of the red flags and illusions in the application. The substantive evidence test isn't being met. Therefore, how can this application be anything but denied? Please do not burden the town of Osceola with a task they are ill-equipped to process and have already completed the work for. The residents have stated their position as opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel Bush.
Hello, everybody. I am Daniel Birch. I live at 2141 90th Avenue, Osceola, Wisconsin. The adjacent property is also owned by my wife and myself at 2159 and has been in my family farm since 1948. As referenced in the factual statements provided by the Force Book on hydrology and wells, I have some concerns for personal well protection. Multiple wells, including the two that I personally own, at the two named addresses are less than 50 feet in depth. How will the burden of proof be handled if I have a problem, or who or what insurance if such is to happen? The previously provided statement from Martel Well Drilling, who drills multiple wells in our area, concerns about pouring close to residential wells more likely negatively impact groundwater in the area, and how will the burden of proof be handled? I'll quote Steve Martel's letter. I am concerned about the pouring in so close residential wells, as the quarry will more likely have negatively impact the groundwater in that area. I've been drilling wells for over 35 years and have found that the top 300 feet is fractured, and 98% of the time, that is where the water is found. Fracturing could be a direct vent to the quarry floor walls and lead to contamination. Comply with state code. For wells within the design area, we would have to case the wells below the quarry floor to avoid cross-contamination between the quarry and the water wells. Steve Martel is a well expert. I'm not. I would rely on his data or input as credible information. The property values of homes. As an adjacent property owner to the south proposed site, I question the statements made that the quarry will not affect my property value. How do you propose to ensure future development? If the applicant states that they can provide independent insurance to protect the home value at no charge, see attached letter from the quarry applicants that's highlighted. We can provide independent insurance policy to protect your home value at no charge. Your house will not lose should you ever sell. I've had negotiations to develop 40 acres that were featured in your photos for new home sites. With the current housing developments in the area and the comprehensive land use plan, it is clear consistent for land use does not include industrial use in the center of housing areas. In regards to the current land value, desirability comes into play. Compatibility and true value would determine market values at that point. Future development in the immediate area would cease to exist. Would you consider purchasing or building a house next to a blasting or crushing site? A potential addition of 30 to 20 homes would generate more in property taxes proposed by the Blue Rock, quoted by Glenn Thorman, of $30,000 a year. Admittedly, Glenn made the statement, he can't move the rock. The location is the location. You can't mitigate where it is. It was deemed incompatible before. It's still incompatible with the housing and the comprehensive plan that's been used for our area, and lots of revenue has been put into coming up with those plans. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bob Wright?
That was 67, wasn't it, Jason?
Yep.
Okay.
67, Dan Burns.
Thank you.
Okay, who's gonna drive the power? Okay.
Kevin.
Okay, so my name is Bob Wright, a resident of the town of Osceola. I served a stint as a supervisor, and I served a longer stint as a planning commission member. I've got about 14 years of service into the town. Today, though, I'm speaking just for myself. Next. So what I'm going to talk about is I'm going to summarize the town of Osceola's review of the Kramer FCP. We've been talking about that a lot. It's relevant. Next, I'm going to show you some housing densities, which I think is a real important consideration. Next, and I'm going to talk about consultant bias. And finally, I'm going to offer my final thoughts. Next. So, last time when Kramer submitted their application, I was both a supervisor and on the plan commission, and I reviewed it from start to finish. Looked at the rezone request, which is part of the initial application. I did this land use compatibility analysis, which included housing densities. I helped develop RFPs for the different consultants that we hired. I listened to a lot of public input, and myself and the chair presented a lot of information to the land information committee. Next. So this is what Kramer was proposing to do. Next. Next. Clearly what they were proposing was an industrial land. Next. The town's comp plan at the time, 1998, did not show industrial land use as being part of the plan. Next. Okay, so it conflicted with the town's comp plan, but it was county zoning, it was ag. Mining was a potential special exception use, right? Next. Okay, so next. So my big considerations were we heard some of this earlier, and I'll get to that, is like who was there first, right? If you build next to a mine, well, okay. But if you buy your property expecting to enjoy a nice, quiet rural environment, maybe that shouldn't be imposed upon. Next. And part of it is like, well, how many is too many? I mean, no matter where the startup is, there's going to be at least a few houses, right? And what's too many? Next. And so I did a lot of analyses. Today, just for sake of brevity, I'm just going to focus on housing. Okay, next. Okay, so this is what I came up with looking at the Kramer. These are three Kramer applications. These are 3/4 mile or quarter-mile buffers. I went out 3/4 of a mile because someone said, well, I live 3/4 of a mile from dresser trap rock. When they blast or they're crushing, I know it. But okay, that seems like a good reference for how many people might be impacted by the operation. I came up with 108. All right, next. So we heard this before. We heard it from Kramer. They keep trying to compare their operation to dresser trap rock. Okay, it's apples to oranges. Next. Okay, dresser trap rock residential development is south of the quarry and buffered by commercial use. For the Kramer proposal, it's completely surrounded by residential development, and there are no buffers. Next. DTR has significant land holdings to help mitigate those activities. We heard about that earlier. By folks out, they've got a huge buffer around their operation. Kramer did not offer any of this. Next. And the biggie, BTR was there first. How many houses do you think there were when Dresser Trap Rock started over 100 years ago? Very few. Next. Okay, the takeaway next is that you have to look at each situation, determine whether or not it's compatible, when you make an informed decision. Now, when all these offers about, oh, this is compatible, you see these maps that show houses hugging quarries. Don't buy into that. You have to do your homework on each of those situations to determine whether or not that is a compatible use. For example, maybe it's a gravel quarry that's been there for a long time and they're very deep in the hole. They're coming out over this way. All this residential development has happened within the last 10 or 20 years because housing is at a premium. People are hard up for a place to live and they would tolerate that. You have to look at all of that before you can determine whether a situation is compatible. Next. So this is what the town of Osceola did when they reviewed the Kramer. Next. Okay, so we're back to this question. If you put together a comp plan at the time, but was it compatible as a special exception use? Next. And based on the housing densities that I just showed you, the answer was no. All right? Both myself and the town chair came to this conclusion after reviewing all the information, hiring consultants, et cetera. Next. And so we made a significant and good faith effort to look at that application. We didn't just go, sounds good, or I don't know. We hired subject matter experts. We incurred over $16,000 in taxpayer dollars to look at it. Myself and the chairman personally logged over 600 hours reviewing that application. All right. And the town's recommendation to deny that was the result of all that work. Okay. And you saw Jason presented the town's resolution from 2009 earlier. And the reasons for recommending denial were detailed and based on substantial evidence. All right. We laid out all reasons why we recommended denial. All right. And so overall, we knew like the impact of the town was going to be negative, and we knew that we were going to be involved in addressing complaints for the traffic noise, whatever. Next. Okay, so this is the Blue Rock application. Same thing. It's an industrial land use, same types of activity. All right, next. So what they were proposing is a smaller quarry site, but this is where this is from attachment F, where it's showing where the quarry site is, where the access sites are, where the different activity areas are. All right. So it's like, okay, so how am I going to do a density analysis of housing? So what I did is next is I overlaid what Kramer was proposing for their operations. Okay. It all lands within that same footprint. So I use that, and next, those quarter-mile buffers that I did previously to figure out how many houses were within 3/4 of a mile of the proposed, the Blue Rock proposal. Next. And I came up with 117. More houses, clearly still a lot of houses. Next. Now I had county data, which made it a little easier. Last time I was just looking at air photos and clicking wherever I saw a house, pretty tedious. But I had data from the county. So I said, well, what does it look like going out a mile? Right? There's 180 houses in a mile. Next. And so again, they presented their thing where it's like, oh, it's just like rest of traffic. It's not. For the same reasons that I indicated earlier. Next. And we're back to this question. Okay, it's the town's comp plan and the county's comp plan is not identified as a place for industrial land use. Okay, but because it's grandfathered in from the previous county zoning, they are eligible for a conditional use permit. And so, is it compatible now? Again, the answer is still no. Too many houses there. Next. Okay, You heard this several times, the town's anti-quarry stance, the town's anti-quarry consultants, this is sprinkled throughout this application, the same thing with Kramer. But you can't have it both ways. If the towns are biased, well, then yours are too. You can't have it both ways, and it's the same with this poster here and the truck outside. You can't have it both ways. Your property rights end where the next person's begins. Next. And so George Camperman, who Mike Wallace referred to earlier, pointed out, it's like, well, it's unrealistic to expect the applicants, consultants to point out all the negatives. I mean, when you're selling your house, you walk around saying, yeah, you know, the furnace was out 3 times in the last 5 years, the basement flood. I mean, they have to figure that out for themselves. Next. And so when we hired George, it was to look at it from the perspective of the residents of the town. All right. And we would not have been doing our due diligence. We would not have been looking out for the health, safety, and welfare of the residents if we did not hire consultants to look at it. Next. And I want to leave you with this map before I offer my final thoughts. And if you look at the residential development in the area on a broader landscape, and then you look at proposed industrial land use right in the middle of that, I think we're past that. We're developed as rural residential and trying to impose an industrial operation on folks. Next. So for this throughout, from both sides, that their current proposal is not really different than Kramer. All right, they're using studies, we're using the studies, this and that. For that reason, the extensive review that the town did is still applicable to the current application. So what would you be asking of the town that hasn't already been considered? You have all this study. You heard some concerns about maybe the town's not up to it this go around. All right. And as I showed in the map, the entire area is rural residential, and this kind of operation just doesn't fit there. And finally, you know, your primary responsibility, as was mine when I was on the town board, is the health, safety, and welfare of the residents. Because of what you've heard and what I presented, that responsibility, in my mind, compels you to deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman O'Connell, the copy of the PowerPoint slides will be Exhibit 68 from Bob Wright.
Okay. You want to ask questions now, or we want to? You're gonna leave? Okay. What is that? Do we think we can get these other people have a lot or not? I guess we're looking at, Mr. Olson has lead. Okay. To get done, yeah. So do we want to stop early then so that we have enough? So we would have to redate it, okay. No, no. So if we stop now, we'd have to set another date, start from here to go on so that they would have time for rebuttal, because we won't get done by 3 right now. Will we?
So this meeting was set to go until 3, just so everybody understands procedurally where we are. One of the supervisors has to leave, and because of that, we couldn't then continue, there still would be a quorum, but then that supervisor cannot participate in the deliberations and decide. Understanding that even if we went until 3, which is the time set to conclude at least this meeting, we're not going to get through the rest of the people who have signed up for public comment. And also understanding that everybody that signed up has the right to be heard. We're contemplating what date might be appropriate, sooner rather than later, that can make sure that everybody that has signed up to speak can speak. And that the applicant has the ability to answer any questions that came up because of the other information that was received. So that's what's happening right now. I apologize, everyone.
So we would look at a date, probably like the next Wednesday then? Because there's no other county board meetings. We have to look at that. Then we know, is there any other county board meetings on the what, the 8th?
No. Nothing, I don't have any.
Shouldn't be anything, no committee meeting. This is the only one that happens on Wednesday.
Okay. So then we would have to shut it down here.
There needs to be a motion to postpone the rest of the public hearing. We will to that date.
To that date certain in time. That we would start 9:15 again or something.
Right, you would get right into the public comment. There wouldn't be no additional public comment other than the folks who have already signed up. If that date and time does not work, for those who have already signed up and they want to speak, they have the option of submitting something in writing. But at this point, I don't think it would be appropriate to add other people
Sure.
to that list.
So the list will stay the same, but if they can't make it, they can.
Right, we have, several folks have withdrawn, so we're now down to 10. We do have a half an hour. If we do spill over into next week.
Well, Brad has
next
to leave.
Wednesday, same start time.
Yeah.
If that's a conflict for any of the 10 folks that still remain. Would we use the remaining half hour for them to provide testimony or not?
If Brad isn't here, then that's.
Well, he has to go now. Oh,
Yeah.
I thought he had to go at 3.
No, he has to-
Yeah, I have no one at home.
So, yes,
You have a conflict for next Wednesday to be here. Tomorrow.
tomorrow's not gonna work. It's a short week here. What? No, because it would be all morning, yeah. Tomorrow too.
What about Friday?
Friday or Monday. I mean, it's a short week for someone that have to work. I've already lost 2 days.
Monday.
What?
Monday.
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 How about Monday? You guys, would you be around yet?
Sounds like the applicant is gonna be gone next week.
We'll have to do Friday, I suppose.
What about?
Can you postpone it just indefinitely and have Jason communicate with?
Oh, no, they
No,
wouldn't let us.
because then we would have to do a whole new public
We'd have
notice.
to do all. we'd
It
have
has
do a
to be
complete
announced.
restart. We'd have to go through what we just did already, so we don't want to go backwards. So we'll have to,
Friday, nobody can. You said Friday, you're okay Friday?
I'm fine.
are you guys gonna be gone so that if, yes, sir,
This Friday,
yeah,
I have another meeting in Wausau, all day. Unfortunately.
So then Chairman O'Connell, we have the 15th, which is the next scheduled regular meeting of the Environmental Services Committee.
but do we have 2 other public hearings on that day?
We do.
And this one will take most of the time.
We put them on the front end, perhaps. The notice is already.
Already said on
Yeah.
those.
They're gonna be out of town. Monday, the 13th
General government that morning.
is Mondays. Well, if we go to to that Wednesday, we'd have to put this one like in the afternoon or something. wouldn't we? Or how long? What do we have? 2 other public hearings that day?
What about the 22nd?
I'm sorry, I'm out of town that week, out of state. I'm sorry. I won't be flying back for that one.
What if we could have you appear by Zoom?
I'll be out of pocket. I'm not certain what my reception will be, and I don't want to put the committee or my client.
29th?
Speak up. Yeah.
Tell us what happened.
I read at 9.
I don't have my business calendar with me, so I can't commit to any time, but I'll look at it.
This 29th for me works, but
We're going.
He was in town.
Something like that.
Yeah, not this week.
Your lawyer was gonna come this Friday. Wasn't he?
yeah, another meeting.
So what day would work? The 29th?
29th.
Can we tentatively set the 29th? He needs to check his calendar. He doesn't have it with.
We have to announce it. We have to announce it before we conclude this
Announce it
meeting.
before we can leave right now.
Otherwise, we have to republish it.
For Wednesday, like 8.
Yeah.
He wasn't able to make Friday, right?
I was gonna say, you're gonna go out till 3 anyway. We got a lot of stuff. Ready?
Chairman O'Connell, he says the 29th would work for him, the applicant.
The 29th will work? All right, so far the 29th then.
29th.
Just have to stretch if I'm saying.
But then
Uh,
once you pick a time on that date, and I suggest 8:30 or 9, I'll make sure that we have these rooms available.
yes,
And then somebody needs to make a motion to postpone to that date.
to that date and time certain.
I'll make a motion, we postpone the public hearing until the 29th at 9 o'clock.
I'll second it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, June at 9 o'clock. All right. Any other discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's what it is.
Before you do a motion to adjourn, because today was the date for the public hearing. And the public hearing, although it's not closed, people who came or submitted written comments or signed up to write, those are the people who are going to be allowed to comment. So any written comment that comes in after, because maybe some folks have heard some stuff today and then they feel compelled to write, that will not be considered a part of the record because it wouldn't comport with having just the people who came. So again, you can certainly send that and it'll be a public record, but it won't become a part of the record of this hearing. I just wanted to make sure that was understood, unless you are one of the people who signed up to speak or who already submitted either by bringing it today. So if you have something you want to hand it in today, you certainly should do that. But emails and other things that come in outside of that scope will not be considered as a part of the record for this hearing.
Does everyone understand? Do the people on the list understand so that we read the names or something, Bob, or we get a hold of them so they all know?
I can read the names right now.
Why don't you read them off so that we know?
Nick Vivian? Yes, ma'am. Aaron Degerstrom? Degerstrom. Sonia Degerstrom. Mike Banner, Van Eeps. Mike. Tony Harnez.
Horrible, erratic. You got it.
I'm shooting like 30%. Well, here's a really easy one. Amy Middleton. Valerie Fall. May Breitenbach. And, oh, our favorite teacher, Melissa Germain.
So they're all aware of what we have to do. Yeah, that their names were read. They can do it in writing or they can show up in person. All right.
I make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second it. All those in favor say aye.
Yep, I want to check one other.
We're supposed to ride with Bruce, sir.